What a day, what a day. A lovely day here in Auckland. Welcome everyone. Hopefully you are doing well. Going to find somewhere to sit down. There's a spot just up ahead. There'll be a good place to have a chat. Okay. Sort of park up here. Really mining, how's it going? How are you doing? Welcome in. Okay, we're going to sit over here, grab a spot. Got the e-scooter today. Lovely day, lovely. How's everyone? How are you? You doing okay? Hope your weather is nice wherever you are. Tide is out. Oh wow, what a lovely, lovely day today. I'm great, thank you. How are you? Hello, hello. Hi everyone. How is it going? Hope you're enjoying the weather. That's the one. Yeah, today I thought we could discuss the now confirmed release date of the DJi Action 6 in about a week and a bit, while also testing the setups. We've got Belabox and we've got Moblin. I wonder if you guys can tell which one I'm using. There was already a giveaway a couple of minutes ago. Can you tell which setup I'm on? Any guesses? Let's do another one. Here we go. Here's another clue. Did that work? Cheers everyone. Option 2, very good. Yeah, I don't know why there's such a difference there between the two. Bella, okay. Hey DJ Star, how are you going? How are you doing? So I've had Bella and we've got Moblin. She's gonna find a seat over here in the shade. But it's a bit cooler. It's a bit warm for us Kiwis down under, and not used to the sun business. What's that all about? What's the sun business about? Also, if you're not familiar with Auckland weather, our sun is very harsh. They say it's because there's a great big hole in the ozone layer above New Zealand. Hi. Let's grab my chat phone. I am in shadow, not good. Nope, Moblin. Ah, okay, so you changed your mind. So correct, we're using Moblin at the moment, but we can switch over to the Bella. This is a good view. Not really, eh? I think that's a better view. Because the last couple of weeks I've started with the Belabox and then switched to Moblin, but I thought we would start today with Moblin and then go to the Bella after. And that's because I want to do a screen share. Show you what I'm looking at when I bring up the DJi website. And I can't do that with the Belabox. Don't have a way of being able to screen share at the moment. Cheers guys. No, despite how warm it is, I cannot bring myself to get a cold drink, a cold coffee. Do I have a code? Here we go. Weather. So it is 24 degrees. Wow. That's warm for us. That is warm for Auckland, for New Zealand. You know, in some places like in Aussie land, 30 is kind of the norm. And it can get up to as high as 39 into the 40s. So for us, 26 is warm, and we really get into the 30s. I think I can only recall once, maybe 2 times here in Auckland, it's been in the 30s. I change up our angle. It's a better view this way. How does that look? Look better? Except for my scooter. Scooter's kind of in the way. Oh well. Ooh, wow, I'm on a yellow fire icon already. That's not good. I know. It's unusual. I'm not used to the tide being out this early. Maybe when I've been here, it's in winter, so the tide is. So, hey? Oh, okay, must have missed them. Must have missed those days. That's cool. Let's just say it's not really a regular thing from my memory. How about that? Lots of 30 plus days here. Have I jumped off Sky Tower or been bungee jumping? I've done neither. I'm too scared to do it. I'm a scaredy cat. I just have the feeling, because I'm a bigger guy, that the rope will break. You know, I've probably been through like thousands of jumps, millions of jumps, and it's been fine. And I'll be there one guy, you know, where the rope just decided to give out. Yeah, on the Sky Tower, not sure if you can see it, but they have a sky jump. Basically, it's a controlled descent from the top of the Sky Tower. So they've got 2 ropes on either side as you fall between them. That way you don't go swinging into the Sky Tower if it's a windy day, that kind of thing, you know. So, yeah. I've seen people do it. I have thought, but sometimes I've walked past where the landing pad is for those sky jumpers. I've wondered, has anyone thrown up while they're in the middle of descending? They go, ah, blah. And, you know, everyone below just gets it. I don't think so. Well, I've never been around for that. UV rays, yeah, exactly. So you got to be careful here. So even though you may be used to 30, 40 degree temperatures in other parts of the world, the sun here is like a really hot burning sensation. So it's not a pleasant burn. Yeah, you just got to be a little more careful with the, you know, the suntan lotion and stuff. See the weight limit, but well, you can, exactly. But I've never even entertained the idea of doing it. Even when I was slimmer, I went, nah, not for me. It's like people who jump out of airplanes, that sort of thing. Nah. So my extent is catching a plane. That's as far as I'll go. I have been up to tower, so I love going up, checking out the view, but the idea of falling from a height like that, I'm like, nah, no thank you. You saw a streamer do it live, and you're just thinking about it. Oh, Sky Tower. I remember when iShowSpeed was here, I think he was considering it. I don't think he actually did it though. So I caught some of his live. And he went up there, he was checking out the view, and I think they were tossing it up. It would have been great if they could have gotten a camera or a way to be able to stream it. I don't think it would work though, just because of connectivity and all that kind of stuff. That would be nasty. Yeah, it would be. But it's bound to have happened, right? That one person who ate too much. They went to the buffet restaurant. They ate way too much before the jump and then realised as they're falling, oh no, oh no. I want to try it at least once. Well, good for you. We'll be cheering for you. Strongest race in the world. Okay, all right. So let me bring up the DJi site. Yeah. DJi official website. Okay. Now, have I set up my thing? Open. Start broadcast. Okay, is our screen share going to work? It is working. Great. Fantastic. Let's see. I think I need to move this a little more that way. You'd think it would have made news. And there might have been very minor accidents if there were any. I'm aware the safety record's been pretty good for, let's see, what do we have? We have Falcon Sky Tower, the jump. There is, what else? The various dolphin and whale cruises that they have. They've got Rainbow's End theme park. I don't recall any major accidents happening there. 1 and 2 years. Hey, hold on, what was that? Hey bud, go away. What do you want? Oh, I must have picked it up when I leaned against the concrete here. Oh well. 1 and 2 yourself. We're also talking about there, Hungry Panda. I would like to go there and then try and stream the roller coaster. I think with Moblin I could do it. So I could get the Action 4, attach it to my chest mount, Moblin in my pocket, and then try and stream it off the one sim. I think that would work. I think they'd be okay with that too, you know. So the iPhone would be in my pocket. I could both have the S20 Ultra as the extra connection in my other pocket. The ship. Yeah, the ship was a fun ride, I remember. It actually reminds me of one they had in Sydney, one called, what's that place, Wonderland? It's long gone now. It was on its way out when I visited. And they had a version of it that actually did a full 360. So rather than our pirate ship, it just does this, like this. But the one in Wonderland, right around. And I was the only one on it, and I was going, yeah! Woohoo! And the staff, when they were cracking up when I got off, like, yeah, that was fun. I don't know if I win again. Maybe? Maybe? Don't remember. Anyway, let's get back to our main topic for today. There we go. I've already subscribed. Okay, guess what guys? Got a brand new camera coming to the internet, and that is the DJi Osmo Action 6. I've got the Action 4, and then last year they had the 5 Pro, and then this year, in a couple of weeks, they're going to have the Action 6. And they've got a teaser on their page here. I'm going to say teaser. Been a big year for good old DJi. All sorts of stuff. Actually, they've got another promo on here for something else, whatever this is. Fly Your Way. 13th of November, 12 PM GMT. It looks like a drone, but a very different drone. Maybe it's like a flying saucer. It's got like a fan in the middle. Oh, what happened to it? Where was that other promo? I think it is in this spot. Yeah, I think that's where I saw it. I'll try and refresh. Fly away. There, clear more. Get back. Now check out the animation when it plays, if it's going to play for us on the mobile browser. But it looks like one of the rumours has been confirmed just off of this little preview here. And that is that the Action 6 is going to have an aperture. A variable aperture. So it can go from f2, I think, to f4. It means that if you hold something up to the Action 6, it's going to be able to focus on that subject when it's closer to the camera, or maybe switch focus to the background. So that's pretty cool, don't you think? So that's the one thing that seems to be confirmed as far as the rumours go, a variable aperture. I think the current line, like the 4 and the 5 Pro, they can do f2.8, so a wider aperture. It's going to be able to bring in more light, handle low light a lot better. So I'm curious. It has me intrigued. So other things that I heard in terms of the rumor mill for the Action 6 is that it's going to have, I think, maybe the same battery as the Action 5 Pro. There was a 1950 mAh battery pack, which would give the camera about 4 hours of, I think, 4K recording. They're going to have all this info confirmed for us on the release date. I'm going purely off the various rumors. Yeah, so 4 hours, that's good. But it might also be hot swappable, which is a feature I've only seen in the iCoco on here, which is the live streaming camera that I've done a demo of for this year actually. So I think that's why it appears the dimensions are slightly larger than the 4 and the 5 Pro. I don't think we need to show anything else on there, eh? There's not much else. Guess we'll find out on the 18th. So what is the date today? It is the 7th. I am not buying day one. I guess we'll have to see. It needs to be a big jump up from the 4. So I'm really happy with the 4. I think the 4 has been such a good camera. Also, hey Masingo, I'm going to switch back over to Moblin. Let's see what's happening in chat. Blame Cliff. While I've got this down here, I'll bring up some of the rumors on my other phone. Okay, let's have a look. I think another one was that it's going to have a larger sensor. So I believe that the Action 4 has a sensor which is 1/1.3 inch. Weird numbers. Weird numbers, but that's just what they use for the smaller devices. And that the new one, I think it's going to be 1/1.1. So it's a little bit bigger. Thing is, these little improvements, you know, slightly bigger sensor, they're a little bit extra in terms of the aperture. They make a huge difference, especially with whatever algorithms and stuff they can jam into their camera. Okay, what does Tech Radar say? Official launch date, yes, so that is confirmed. We were looking at DJi website for that, so that part we know. And the variable aperture as well. You know, one thing I wish they had done for the 6, and maybe it's something that they could still do, and maybe it would be like a later version, is a optical stabilization. So that's where the lens or the sensor, whatever is happening back there, is moving around. So that would be a way bigger improvement versus any kind of AI sharpening or whatever they can do to improve low light performance. It's the reason why that the Sony 3300 is so popular for IRL streamers, because that sensor or whatever optics inside of the camera, they move around. So it's going to counterbalance any movement, you know. And while the, what do they call it? DJi's stabilization, it has improved. I think they're going to be on version 4 of their Horizon Balancing or whatever mode, but it's not as good as like actual optical stabilization. But if they could do that, maybe for the 7 or the 8, that'd be awesome. I'll see if it's built with IRL. Leaked package device pics, yeah. So I've seen 2 versions of what it could look like. I think it's basically going to look like the 4 and the 5 Pro. So they're going to keep this, you know, that lens size. I think on the outside it's going to be the same. That way accessories won't change. It's the bit behind it, behind the lens that's detachable. I think that'll get larger. Okay. Right, so rumours 1/1.1 inch size sensor, yep. So that's one that I'd heard about. The variable aperture, I wonder if they've got that in here. Aperture. So they've got what it could be in price. So the Pro 5 in Australian dollars was $599 for the standard combo, $769 for the adventure combo. So I can probably expect it to be similar to those prices. So if so, I would not be a day one person. So the reason why I got the 4 is because of the sales that they had on at the time. They were so good, going from, let's say, 500 normally to 380. So yeah, I thought that was such a really good deal. I've been really happy with the Action 4. In fact, it has been my primary camera ever since I bought it. So I really go back to using like a phone's cameras. So it's going to be quite a substantial upgrade. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's going to be a substantial upgrade. I like what I'm seeing though. Oh, okay. The new camera.com, what do they have to say? Okay, they have some images of what it could look like. You'll see, yeah. 5 wasn't great for us. IRL, yeah, that's what I've heard from 5 Pro owners, is the connectivity just hasn't been there. So they made some improvements, like with the battery life. Battery life was good, and supposedly low light performance as well. But in one video I was watching, it looked like as if they did some over sharpening in order to improve the low light performance. But I don't know. Oh, okay, leak box unbox. Okay. What is this? What's new? No, don't care. Don't care, Discord. Is that the one I'm looking at? So from the Osmo 6 retail and unboxed. Is that a video or pictures? Hey, it looks legit. I bet that's probably what it is. So every sort of leaked rumor, specs and things I've seen has been right on the money. It looks like what I had imagined it to look like. So it has the word action below the screen, the front facing screen, and it has like a faded 6 below the lens. Has that, you know, very familiar shape and design of the DJi Action cameras. further. Oh yeah. JB Hi-Fi leak, yeah. Okay. No, not that one. Close, close. Where's my... not that tab. Okay, back to rumours. Okay, so what did I say? So we've got some comparisons of the 5 Pro, which I don't have, and what they say the Action 6 has. And this is a 2025 prototype and rumoured leaked. So feature, lens aperture. So currently we have a fixed f2.8 wide angle, 155 degree field of view lens with the Action 5 Pro. I think it's the same as Action 4. And then with the new one, it's variable f2 to f4. So it's going to be a world first apparently for action cameras. Adjustable for low light, daylight, confirmed via leak markings, see blah blah blah. Okay, so what does that mean? If it's very bright, like a bright day today, usually what the action cameras would have to do is adjust the shutter speed. So that's where movement can start to get a little too, what's the word? Buggers after my coffee. So ideally, if you want your footage to look somewhat cinematic, you'd like to have your shutter speed double your frame rate. So if you're doing a frame rate of, let's say, 25 or 30 FPS, then you want your shutter speed to be 50 or 60. And then you'd have very sort of natural looking motion blur. Whereas with these action cameras, what they do is they utilize the shutter speed in order to darken your scene if it's too bright. But what can do is that things don't look quite right. They look a little bit off. And one thing you'll notice is if you've got very fast moving subjects like a car or something, and you pause it during a live, or let's say you're watching the live back later, every frame will be frozen, like they're not moving. But when you're using that sort of cinematic look, there'll be a little bit of motion, so wheels of a car will be kind of blurred. They won't look as if the car is still. Now, for us, we don't really have a choice of that. You know, we can't really control that unless we use a gimbal, which can be a little bit cumbersome, and you use filters to darken your scene. So you've got to do things like that. So that's one way of being able to control the light with the aperture. But aperture also controls motion, background blur. I really hope that the minimum focusing distance is better. Because that was one complaint with these cameras. If you hold something close up to it, it can't focus on it. Skivid, hello. How can I connect an Android device like a relay in Moblin? What do you mean? So the Moblin app is an iOS or iPhone app. iPhone, iPad, so those are the two primary ways you'd want to live stream with Moblin. Now if you want to share the internet from another device, let's say an S23 Ultra like this one, Android phone, to boost your primary device that's streaming, then for the Android device you can download an app called Moblin. But it also depends how many connections you've got. So if you've got 2, so I've only got 2. I have my iPhone, which has a SIM card in it, and I have my S23, which has a SIM card in it. So what I can do here, and by using a service like Belabox Cloud, I can bond these two together to improve my stream. But I don't need the Moblin app on this other phone to do that. So all I need to do is connect this phone, my iPhone, to the Wi-Fi hotspot of my Android, and then I can bond those two connections together. But if I've got 3 phones, then you would need Moblin in order to add that 3rd connection to what you've got. I also have heard that with newer iPhones, you can use a USB hub in order to connect devices, Ethernet devices, to that. So I believe Masingo mentioned it maybe last week, and that was how could you bond a connection, let's say from a couple of Nighthawks. Now, I don't know because I don't have that kind of setup, like I don't have a new iPhone with a USB-C port in it. I think, let's say if your new iPhone with a USB-C port in it, you can connect the USB hub into that iPhone and then connect your, let's say, Nighthawk M5, 6, 7 to the USB port of the USB hub to bond your connections that way. So yeah, it's something I can't confirm, but I think from what I've read on the Moblin Discord, that is possible. And maybe a like an iPad thing too, but perhaps you guys, if you're really interested in it, just check with the Moblin guys on their Discord. Liam, hello, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So the Moblin app in Android is not necessary. Not if you've only got 2 phones, like I do. So I've got 2 phones. iPhone, which is my streaming phone with Moblin, and then I've got my S23 Ultra Android phone. So if I, just with these 2, I only need a SIM card in here, and then I connect to the Wi-Fi mobile hotspot of the Ultra. So I don't need Moblin for that. But depending on your setup, I would just install it in case you did need it. So there have been times when, let's see, yeah, sometimes I've taken the SIM card out of the iPhone and I've put it in, let's say, a Nighthawk M2. Because the SIM card in here can actually cause your phone to get a bit warm, which may be why I'm on a yellow fire icon, as because I've got a SIM card in here. So I have taken this out. I'll put that SIM card into like a Nighthawk and then kept the SIM card in this phone. So let's say if I took that other SIM card out and put it into another Android, then in that case you would need Moblin. So it can get complex depending on how you connect these things and what combination of devices gives you the best connection, you know. So in case I need to connect a DJi drone, I can't use a hotspot. Well, it's basically what I'm using now. So pretend my Action 4, which I'm using as my camera, is a drone. The idea is the same. So we've got an RTMP feed coming out of the Action 4, and that's going into the iPhone. And I'm using the S23 Ultra as the hotspot. So we go Action 4 into here and then to the iPhone. Now, depending on your iPhone, you might be able to skip using like another device, go straight into your iPhone, but my one can't handle it. Technology is too old. I found the best combination for the gear I have is to go use the S23 as the hotspot. Yeah, so let's try and go over that again. Definitely depends on what you have, you know. So I know, let's see, good friend of the channel, Matt4D. So he has with his phone, so his is a Pro, I think, iPhone 11 Pro, and he's been able to get an RTMP signal, I think, one from an Action 4 into his 11 Pro, also a drone into his 11 Pro, and I don't know if he did a third one. Actually, I think he has. He's done like a, because he has a Pocket 3, so I think he's done the 3 into his 11 Pro. So I only have the Action 4. That's the extent of my gear. So if my phone seems to do okay with connecting the one to this, and yeah, I think it depends on your phone, what it can handle, and your hotspot, how good your hotspot is. And then also what settings you dial in. So with some experimentation for my one signal, I've been able to do, let's see, 6 megabits from the RTMP of the Action 4 into my iPhone through the S23 Ultra, and 1080p 30. I have changed the latency from what it was before. So before, the latency was the default value of 2000 milliseconds. I've bumped that up, I think, to 2500. Found it in GS RTMP server RS, so 2500, yeah, and that's because I think that my microphone glitching audio issues may be related to the latency. So the more latency you add, the less glitching you'll notice. So I added some latency to see if that'll improve the microphone with the Moblin. But I really need a rough connection area in order to hear, to find out if it's actually working, what value I need to have that up. What about you, Starlink? Okay, so I don't know about Starlink. In fact, I don't think I know anyone who has one. But essentially, it's just another connection going into your setup. How I can change the latency of Belabox. Belabox? What do you mean Belabox? Do you mean an actual Belabox, like an Orange Pi 5 Plus, or what do you mean with a mobile phone setup, like what I have? So the glitching that I've noticed tends to happen, I think, from the Action 4 into my iPhone, because whenever I've switched it to my phone, so we're using the internal camera, internal mic, everything off the phone, then the audio and video has been fine. So the latency that I've changed today is between the Action 4 and the iPhone. I've increased it. And it does mean that I'm going to see a little more lag when I look at my preview here. So if I hold my hand up, I don't think I'll see that for about 2.5 seconds. Yeah, so. Change the latency. Why would you want to change that? I don't think there is a latency, yeah. Not for your SRTLA. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah. So there is one of 2 seconds. No, you don't want to mess with that. Not make it shorter. So SRTLA, in order for it to work properly, because what it's doing is it's sending your video from your phone to Belabox Cloud and Belabox Cloud to your computer. So there's some checks that it's doing to make sure that it's capturing all your video and your audio. So that 2-second latency is normal for SRT. It is something that I've gotten used to, that there will be some latency. Now with this setup, there's extra latency because I'm going Action 4 into my phone. So there's, what, 2.5 seconds latency there. And then there's latency from the iPhone to Belabox Cloud and then into my computer. So I'm listening to my preview now, and it's a little bit off. And it does throw me off sometimes. But it's kind of like a necessary evil in order for you to IRL. So if you want everything to be real time, the only way you can get real time is at your computer at home. As soon as you could do IRL, there's latency. It is a necessary evil, unfortunately. In order for the checks to happen, so it's checking that your video from, let's say, the iPhone to your home computer, that it's receiving everything. Because SRT is going to check, it's going to say, hey look, I don't think I got that video frame, and it'll wait for it to come through, or ask it to send another one. So that's one of the benefits of SRT. Anyway, let's go back to the DJi Action 5 Pro versus the 6, based on this website, which is, what was the website? thenewcamera.com. It's too bad. If I had 2 iPhones, what I could do is I could copy the link from this other phone, then I could paste it into Moblin, and then send it to wherever. So we've got the lens aperture, that's different. We have the sensor size, that has improved, so that's larger. Video resolution, I'm personally not concerned with that, being able to 4K versus 8K. It's not something that IRL streamers are going to need. So essentially, if they can do 1080-60, that's kind of like on the high end for IRL. Battery life is great. So it looks like the same battery size from the 5 Pro to the 6, which is 1950 mAh. I don't know if it's like a brand new battery. Enabling over 4 hours of 4K recording with a 40% efficiency boost and support for hot swappable batteries. So that I thought was interesting. I don't know if that is a part of the 4 and the 5. Well, not the 4. As soon as you take the battery, it'll turn off, right? Not that I've tried it. Hi, Mike. Action 6. I was looking to hear and see about this coming up. Okay. There's Pocket 4 is coming. I'm puzzled. Yeah? Pocket 4? That's rumoured, right? I don't think we're going to get that till next year, maybe the year after, the Pocket 4. As well as I thought about the DJi Nano, but it looks like I would learn more and lean more into the 360 Ultra. Okay. Love POV, but no IRL. Okay. Yeah, so one issue with the Nano is there's no live streaming at all with the Nano. Whereas at least with the 360, it doesn't specifically say no live streaming, whereas the Nano it did. Kia ora, yeah, kia ora. So I think that's something they'll eventually roll out for the 360. And when it comes, there's so much. I'm hoping that, at least from what I've seen of its features, if they just make use of them, it'll be such a good device. like I've talked about it in a previous live stream, but what it can do with video recording is you can have it horizon lock the front and the back cameras so that you could switch from one to the other one, right? So there's a little button we can click to switch to the front, switch to the back. Now for us, that's a big deal because you can only do that with the phone, be able to switch, you know, front and back. But to be able to do that and have your audio in sync, that's a pretty big deal. Anyway, back to what we got rumoured about the 6. So I've got the battery life, we've got stabilization, so Rocksteady 3.0 and Horizon Steady. There's Rocksteady 4.0 with AI auto frame horizon lock. So interesting. I want them to come out with optical stabilization. I don't know how that would work with the variable aperture though. Now that's the tricky bit. That means the whole camera, what's the word? Camera component, body, whatever. That whole thing would probably have to move. Unless it's separate from the sensor. I want them to do that. Because then you wouldn't need a gimbal, you know? I've got a feeling even with the improvements, the wider aperture, the AI stabilization, all that sort of stuff, it still won't beat optical stabilization. Where am I at the moment? I am in West Haven, in the city. Screen. So we've got a dual screen that looks like... so the front is the same LCD front, okay. The back may be larger. Yeah, I think the back is larger from 2.25 inch rear touch to 2.5 rear. So slightly larger. Magnetic modular swap. Image shows expanded rear bezel. So they just made the bezel smaller. And in terms of weight and dimensions, so we've got 70.5 by 44.2 by 32.8. So we've got 70. Okay, so one is a little bit smaller. By 45, a little bit bigger. By 35, a little bit bigger. So gone from 145 grams to 150 grams. So a little bit bigger, a little bit heavier. Similar form, slight bulk for iris. Okay. So price, we're looking at $349. That must be US. Pro model. And then with the with this one, it looks like they might have two versions, a standard and a pro. The standard $399 and the pro $499. Yeah, so we only had the pro last year, 5 Pro. Dive rating up to 20 meters without a case, 16 meters with the case. Okay. And then other notes, so 47 gigabytes internal storage, Wi-Fi 6, that's for the 5 Pro, and then they're saying for the 6 modular ports, mic, USB-C 3.2, and 64 gig storage, base storage. So modular ports, right. So that's something I couldn't do with, let's say, the mic, what do I have, the mic mini receiver. I couldn't plug it into the side of the Action 4 without some kind of adapter. So it just wouldn't fit in there. So I wonder if they've changed that little door on the side so that it will fit in there. So will it be like the Ace 2 Pro? Any comparison already? 1K NZD bundle. Ace 2 Pro, so I'm not sure. They're only giving us comparison of the 5 Pro versus the rumored specs of the 6. I got a feeling that the Ace 2 Pro doesn't have a variable aperture though. Ace 2 Pro specs. Action 6. Oh, Action 6. So let's see. Ace 2 Pro has a 1.13 inch sensor, so it is basically the same size as Action 4 and 5 Pro. Oh, let's say the 5 Pro. Whereas the 6 has a slightly larger 1.1 over 1.1 inch sensor. No flip screen. Okay, so Ace 2 Pro has the flip screen. Not a biggie, but you have the front and back screens on the DJi cameras. So offers unique talk. Okay, 8K recording, so it can do 8K. Alright, so let's see. It hasn't really given me much in terms of Ace 2 Pro specs, but let's see. The rumored details of the Action 6 is a 1.1 inch, 1 over 1.1 inch sensor. So largest sensor. It's got a variable aperture from f2 to f4. I hope it doesn't become... So it can be a bit jarring, I've noticed, with the Pocket 3. Maybe it's settings that you can dial in, but when it's sort of constantly focusing in and out, in and out. I like the wide look. So if it sort of maintains a sort of everything in focus thing, unless you hold something close to the camera and then it'll focus, I think that would be good for the 6. I'm just hoping it doesn't do the same kind of focusing and refocusing that the Pocket 3 does. Ace Pro 1311. Okay, well, I don't have those details. I guess we'd have to wait. But yeah, so they both can do 8K for IRL. Not really important for us, unless it means the image overall is going to look sharper, which I don't know. New tools to make it as a poet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's probably the standout features from what I can recall there. So larger sensor, variable aperture, hot swappable. Yeah, hot swappable batteries. That's interesting. Is that it? And 8K, yeah, nice to have. I suppose, let's see, if you're live streaming at 1080p, but you can record in, let's say, 4K, I don't know if they can do that currently, but that would be really handy, because then you could, let's say while you're live streaming in 1080p, 30, 60, or whatever, and then you can tell somebody's going to come up and you'd like to use that content as a short, then you could press the record button. It would be recording at, let's say, 8K, 4K, whatever, while you're still streaming at 1080p, 60. And then later, afterwards, you could crop in to that video clip so it is 9:16 for Instagram or for YouTube Shorts, you know? So that would be nice. Generally, I think it records at the same resolution as when you let's say live streaming. So internal storage is something that the Action 4 doesn't have. 64 gigs is nice. So if you forget your card or if your card is full, then you have that sort of backup. They have not mentioned live streaming though, so we don't know if they can. Hey Jada. Having no audio at the moment, but okay. Hello. I think I might need a plug-in. So we haven't done that yet. So what do you guys think? What do you think about I'm doing great, thank you. Enjoying the weather? How about you? Oh, okay. Let's see. Need to change up my cables. Sushi. Did I hear sushi? Oh, oops. Okay, other port. No, not that cable. Ah. Sorry, I'm just trying to plug in my iPhone. Need to charge. Need to top up. Oh, sushi. Good thing I've eaten. I'm not hungry right now. I just had a somewhat healthy ham sandwich with some lettuce and cheese, homemade. It's what kind of mustard was it? The kind of grainy mustard and some mayonnaise. Just needed some tomatoes, but I think we'd ran out. Yeah, so that was good. And my coffee. And I'm good. But sushi. Salmon sushi is my favorite. Okay, Mike. Can I ask a question? I see you have a scooter. Yes, I do. Did you look up some great foldable e-bikes in New Zealand? Most of them are in Europe. So this one here is an X-Rental. It doesn't fold, but it's really strong. It's robust, built like a tank. It's rated for 100 kgs, and I'm over that in terms of my weight, so I'm trying to get that down. But I think it can actually handle a lot more. Handle a lot more than that. Yeah, it's been running great for. I had this for over a year, I think. Forgotten how long I've had it. But it's been a good scooter to buy some really. I'll tempt the sushi. I know, right? Yummy, yummy sushi. But yeah, there are things since owning this one that I would want to improve on with, let's say, my next one, whenever that would be. But the range is good. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if it could handle my weight and some. I think a lighter scooter would be better too. Being able to fold would be nice. It does take up quite a bit of space. And the handlebars up here on my e-scooter, I can't fit my accessories on it properly because it's got some other stuff in the way. So if you were to buy one from a shop, it would have like what would look like a normal handlebar that you could attach accessories to, but this one's a little bit complicated for that. But overall, it's been good. Being a good scooter. So I think we've covered the main topic, I guess, for today, and there was a discussion of the new Action 6. When it is released, we'll have confirmed details. I'm thinking they're going to be fairly spot on. So the battery being the same, that sounds logical. Hot swappable? I don't know. So that's in question, but it would be cool. I don't know if the 5 Pro can do that. The aperture seems to be confirmed because that's highlighted in the video clip on their website, you know. what the aperture values are, we don't know. So whether it is actually f2 to 4, but it doesn't seem like out of reach for them to go from f2.8 to f2, you know. If they're saying like 1.4, 1.2, then like, yeah, I don't know about that. But f2, from f2.8 to f2, and then going from f2 to 4, yeah. Slightly larger, so that would make sense for the moving parts, you know, the aperture and everything in it. I still think they should have gone with optical stabilization. You know, if they had that in there, they would destroy the Sonys. Finally, they need someone to take those over, the Sony 3300. Sushi. E-bike. Do some movement. Yeah, I've thought about that too. There was a pretty good deal on an e-bike, and I was my fittest when I owned a bike. That was many moons ago, but and then with some of them, it depends on the motor and whatnot, you can adjust the ratio of how hard the motor works versus you putting in your own effort. So you can have it at 100%, won't last as long, or 50%, that kind of thing. But yeah, no budget for that. 2 small batteries, yeah, outdated tech, yeah, that too. One more about the Action 6. I would love to see them being a magnetic. Huh? What do you mean? And plug them on metal, whatever we want. Same as the Nano Ultra. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose you could have some kind of accessory that'll do that. Like they have magnetic parts in them, but it's mainly for the other bit. Yeah, so as you're probably already aware. Yeah, so that part is like a quick release magnetic system. So there's some magnetivity, I don't know if that's a word, going on, but not, yeah, it's not like you can attach it to, stick it onto a metal surface. So what would I want? I think that would be a game changer. Action camera with optical stabilization. That would be a huge one. Then you would eliminate the need for a gimbal, and it might actually kill the Pocket series. So what people really like about the Pocket cameras is how small they are, how stable they are. They work great in low light. Also got the variable aperture, so it gives a slightly more cinematic look. But I mean, if you could have the optical stabilization inside of an Action camera, that'd be huge, because those Pocket cameras, they're very fragile. There's a YouTuber who actually had to go through, I think, 2 Pocket cameras. So their first one died, something about the rain, I think, bad weather killed it. They're not waterproof. So, and the moving parts and everything makes them quite fragile. So if you got the durability of like an Action camera with the optical stabilization inside of it, that'd be way better, I reckon. So DJi, if you're listening, please add that into, let's say, the 7 or the 8. Or whoever else. Maybe, I don't know, maybe get old Yalancy or jump into that space. Or perhaps iCoco on here, or the iCoco company. Their first foray into live streaming cameras was pretty impressive, I think. I don't know if they're going to come out with a version 2, but yeah, there are quite a few features I quite liked out of the first one. Oh yeah, so as a little side note, getting or testing the gear for an event called the Parnell Rose Gardens, or the Festival of Roses, which is held at Parnell Rose Gardens. And I actually thought that was on the Sunday, but it's actually this Sunday. I got the dates wrong, so apologies there for that. But usually it's the first Sunday of November, and I assumed that it was last week, which was actually, I think, the 2nd of November, but it's actually this coming Sunday. So I'll be doing a bonus stream where I'll take the gear. I'll do the same thing that I've been doing for the last couple of weeks, and that is being able to switch from Belabox to Moblin. So we might do like a little loop of the gardens, not very big. There'll be heaps of people here, especially with the weather being as nice as it has been like today. So we'll do a loop and then maybe switch to the other setup and then do another loop. See how well it handles, especially with the latency change. I want to try and eliminate the stuttering audio that we've had, and I think based on a recent support post on the Moblin Discord, the latency might be the way to fix things. Just add more latency until you no longer have any sort of glitching. So I think we're good here. We've talked about the Action 6. Any more questions about it? Or any other thoughts on it, then just bring them up in the chat, or if you're watching the VOD later on, in the comments on YouTube. Otherwise, I think we'll head to the bridge, we'll do a loop, and that's where we'll switch over to the Bella. Now check the battery over here. Well, I'm 37%, I think we're okay. So I get about 1.5 hours out of the battery in the Action 4. I think we'd do a lot longer if we had the 5 Pro, but I'm pretty happy with this one here. Live streaming on the Action 6. I really hope they're not going in the direction I think they may be going, DJi, and that is just not doing live streaming anymore. That would be a shame because of how good the Action 4 is. Guess we'll find out. I wonder if they've gone back to some of what made the Action 4 so good in terms of connectivity with everything. Okay. So we are on 55% battery on the iPhone. How should I do this? Swap these around. So I've got a yellow fire icon again. So I'm starting to think it's because I've got a SIM card in there. Okay. Alright. Ready to go for a little ride on the e-scooter. Actually, hold on. Ah, how about that? There's a rubbish bin just over there. Grab you guys off of our little tripods. That's what I had you guys on. Won't plug into any power. So that is the Insta360 invisible selfie stick with tripod feet. So that's been a really good tripod for most of my streams, which are about 3 to 4 hours. So that kind of length of stream, it's been great. Mainly because it fits in my bag. in one piece, so I don't have to put out other bits and bobs. Check out the view, guys. Sunny Auckland. Let's do a weather check. So it's now 23.3 degrees Celsius. It's a little bit lower. Scooter peeps. Okay, let's go. Right, so because we were on the yellow fire icon, actually changed our, turned off the screen on the iPhone. Thought that might cool the phone down a little bit. You guys know what Auckland is known as? City of Sails. Grab a photo. I know what I can do. I bought a lens filter that I was talking to you guys about last week. It's actually attached to my bag. Show you. There, I've got a carbiner. So if I unzip this, and I can attach it to the other phone. Okay. Yeah, I've got a slight vignette. I'm going to crop in a little bit. So that's a 1.0, and then here's oh, hold on, how do I get it to use the correct filter? So it must be at 1.0, must be at the correct filter, correct lens. 2.0, yeah, switch lenses, so I can only use it at 2 times. Interesting. Okay, I'll try transferring that photo. Check out the view in the meantime. Yeah, beautiful weather. I'm great, thank you. How are you? Okay, so I'm sending the photo that I took with that lens filter on there. That's a macro. Take it off. Put the filter away. I'll take another photo. At 1x, just as a comparison. Yeah, a lot wider. Give me a second so I can check that message. Okay, transferring. Okay, so that one's just been sent. Oh, hey, how's it going? Oh, really? 30 minutes go via the motorway. How about that? Sweet as. Oh, hello, bye. 30 minutes ago. Okay, let's head towards the bridge. We'll do our switch over from Moblin to Belabox. Right, so a couple of things since our last live stream. That was on the Friday, last Friday. So we had a few kicks come through. Now I had a check at StreamerBot and realized there's something. Oh, let's stop here. Realized that StreamerBot doesn't actually support kicks. So kicks is their version of bits at the moment. Now I remember seeing somewhere that someone had figured it out, that it is possible. Okay. Let's go. So you want to try set up Belabox Cloud? Okay, cool. Hey, thank you, yeah. So the way I've set up my videos is it's a series for 2025. I want to try and finish that this year. I only have like 1 or 2 videos to go out of that series. But I've made it in a way that anyone, almost anyone, can follow it. Whether you have an iPhone, Android, if you have a Windows computer, or if you've got an Apple computer, maybe Linux. So it might work for Linux. But yeah, I've considered all those different scenarios depending on whatever you have. But yeah, I'm a real big fan of, well, at the moment, iPhone with Moblin and a Belabox Cloud. It just makes it so much easier to be able to stream. Less fuss, less hassle. Flamion, hey, how's it going? Been a while. yeah, so when I went to Seoul, my setup handled that pretty well. Now that's using Moblin with the Action 4. We had a pocket Wi-Fi, eSIM. There was, what else? The battery bank, computer at home here in New Zealand. Let's see. Oh, I should probably turn off the. Oh, no, sorry. Nice. The Action for the Belabox Cloud, so you'd have to go through something like Moblin or a Belabox. So I'm not sure what gear you have. Cole Yannick. Do you have an iPhone? Yeah, so what I can do with the Moblin app is I can connect to my Action 4. So if I go into a section called DJi devices, I've got the S23 Ultra there. So where would it be normally? I think it's under ingest, RTMP, Action 4. iPhone 10, iPhone 8, maybe? Like I got an iPhone 11. Do you also have like an Android? Pixel 9. So the way I've got it, I've got my iPhone, and I'm using my Android phone, which is a S23 Ultra, as my hotspot. So my Action 4 connects to the S23 Ultra through, connects to my iPhone through the S23 Ultra. So I'm kind of leveraging things across the two devices. I might change that to black and white. So where is it? Scenes, and then A for snapshot. No. Okay, not that way then. carry on. Yeah, my phone is the base iPhone 11, so as long as you've got that as at least that model, I think you'll be okay. Now the 10 and the 8, I don't know, so that's where now you might be able to get it to work if you adjust some of the numbers around. So I try to stream at 1080p 30. You might be okay if you drop the resolution down to 720 30 instead. So make little adjustments like that. And I also set my bitrate to 8 megabits per second. You might be okay with adjusting that to something lower, maybe like 5. I think 5 is recommended. Oh, buddy. I suppose this is another change I'd make if I was to get a new scooter or bike, something with better suspension. This one's just a bit rough. Try with 10 and moving. Okay, yeah, good luck. That's what I had to do with my phone. Like everyone that I know has newer phones than I do, or they might have like a pro mode. So I've just sort of refined all my settings to see what I can get away with. Okay, 720p. Yeah, the reason why I do 1080p is a while ago, someone was complaining about my videos on YouTube. They're saying, oh, this resolution isn't good enough. It's, 720 in this day and age, what's that about? But the reason why it was 720p before is because my live streams were 720p. So after that I thought, okay, let's bump things up to 1080p then. So for me at least, that is now my minimum, has to be able to do 1080p, but also be watchable. That can be quite tricky. Not the option. Yeah, New Zealand's a very beautiful country. Kind of take it for granted sometimes living here. It's also quite safe as well. Safe place to live. Oh, it's a cafe still open. Must be open longer in summer. Might be stopping there, I guess. Usually this is our switchover point. 16% battery. Let's see. Whangaparo. Really weak connection sometimes. 1NZ. Ah, okay. Oh, that's who I'm with. I have 2 SIM cards with them. Hey Stephen, how's it going? How many SIM cards do you have? That was for Koyanik. Yeah, great, thanks. Enjoying the weather here in down underland. Okay. So, Koyanik, you've got 1. Stephen has 3. So I have 2 SIM cards, both with 1NZ. Hey, what? Maori? Gifted one sub. Hey, thank you. Thank you for that. Here's my finger heart from Auckland. eSIM for Hotspot. Let's grab a seat. There's one over here, somewhere in the shade. Thank you. Coffee. You guys know how much I love coffee. That's huge for me. Okay. Now I have to plug this in soon. Got 16% battery over there. 13% battery. Okay. Thank you for that, Marty. Appreciate you. And if you got a gifted sub, please thank the gifter for that. Now, I don't have no alerts or notifications in my stream for Kick just yet. I need to figure something out for that. So when I can do that, then, you know, we'll get the fancy things that I have for the other platforms going. Can I use eSIM for Hotspot? Depends on the eSIM. So let's see. When I was in Seoul, I got a 5G eSIM, unlimited data, 5G, and also hotspot enabled. So those are the things that I would look for when getting an eSIM, if it's going to have hotspot support. Not all of them will. But here in New Zealand, they don't really have caps and things like that. Not 1NZ. Oh, it depends on your plan too. So I am on the unlimited data plan. And they have what most companies do, and it's like a fair use clause, which I don't think they've ever enforced. Not here. Finally tested the connection yesterday. Pretty stable for Woody. Oh, nice, Stephen. I think I stuck with the GoPro Hero 7. Oh no, Sage. And your Z-Cam E2N. Don't know that one. Who needs alerts in 2025? I think it's nice. It's nice that something fancy happens. You know, like I don't know. I have music playing and little emojis that fly around the screen, little things like that. But I think at least bare minimum, as the streamer, if you're able to acknowledge when something happens, so at least I can do that. When I look at my Moblin phone, it tells me when there's a gifted sub or kicks from Kickland and the other platforms. So I'm at least seeing that here. I'm not missing them, which would be that'd be stinky. Oh hey, Koreanic, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. Ad free. There you go. So yeah, I can currently do that. It's all through StreamerBot and OBS. But StreamerBot has support for Twitch, has some support for YouTube, and I think follows. There's very limited things they can do on Kick. But yeah, we had some kicks come through and it wasn't able to respond to them. Chicken alert. Okay, cool. That's what it would look like. It's kind of like a universal alert that I built into StreamerBot. So I might have to use maybe the bot I'm using. So one of my overlays does have some alerts for stuff. So I'll have to check. Maybe that's what I'll use for Kick. And then when finally, I was hoping that StreamerBot would roll out an update so they would have full support for Kick, But the guys over there have been saying that the API isn't as fleshed out as, let's say, Twitch. Now, I'm thinking I'm going to have to switch over. So we are at kind of like the halfway mark for our little trip out to West Haven. Switch over to the Belabox so we can try out a couple of things with that setup. Also, we need to charge section 4, which we can do. Ooh. Actually, I might plug it in now. We do need some battery. It's gotta work. Okay, 1 second. One momento. So I plug in the Action 4. We need to give it a bit of a charge. Now, fortunately, when I plug the Action 4 directly into my battery bank, it's going to give it a fast charge. So it should only take about like 10 minutes to get it to over 50%. So we will just check in the leg. We're back. Oh, did we go offline for a bit? We're back. Okay, right. So, if anyone who may be new to Moblin, so what you're looking at is what I'm looking at in my streaming phone. So basically with Moblin, I can do everything on the one phone. When I would use an app like IRL Pro, I would use it to start and stop my stream inside of IRL Pro, and to be able to read chat. But basically there wasn't much more that I do other than that. Maybe to switch cameras, so I could go from the back to the front camera on my S23 Ultra, back, front, go live in the app to OBS back home, stop streaming to OBS back home, and then read the chat. So that's all I would do with IRL Pro and Larix Broadcaster, Streamcast, Streamcast Pro, Streamcaster. What else? Most of the IRL apps work like that, and you would need a separate phone in order to respond to chat. So that would be like your chat phone to start and stop streaming in OBS back home, to check messages, emails, answer phone calls, which you kind of need a second phone for anyway. And what else? So if you need directions, so yeah, usually you'd have 2 separate phones in order to stream. Whereas with this setup, I can basically do everything with one phone. So our camera is the Action 4, which we have over here, and then my streaming phone, which is my iPhone 11 with Moblin on it, is also my chat phone. So inside of Moblin Chat, I can type a message. Now I've currently set it to Kick, so we can change that to, let's say, Twitch and Kick. So here I type a message, how's it going? Or as Aussies would say, how's it going? And then you'll see there that the message was sent to the 2 platforms. The little icons along the left side tells you where their message is coming from. So if someone writes a message on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, I can see where their message is coming from. So what I see on this phone is separate from what you guys see in the stream. So the overlay I have at the bottom, that is different to the one that I'm looking at here. But it's still plugged into Twitch, Kick and YouTube. Same thing with alerts. So I don't hear them on my phone, although I do have like a little preview. This little preview here, this is Kick. And what I like about the Kick app is it'll run in the background. It'll keep playing even when I turn the screen off. So I found that to be really helpful. I've tried using the YouTube and the Twitch apps, but as soon as I turn the screen off, then the preview stops playing, which is a bit annoying. I'm sure one of them used to keep working. I believe it was the Twitch app. They used to keep running in the background, but yeah, I don't know what happened. There was a change and now it stops working. Whereas this one continues working. I also changed the resolution in the Kick app to 160p, so the lowest. Because all I need to know is what's happening with the audio. Have I remembered to turn my mic on? I got my wireless mic here, DJi mic mini. Yeah, sometimes I forget to turn it on and then there's no audio. So I'll open up the Kick app, I'll listen during the beginning of the stream, say, have we got any audio? Can I hear some seagulls barking or whatever they do? Mine. Can I hear the seagulls? Can I hear the traffic? Mic is on. I can also check the Action 4, see if the mic is working. Yeah, but this is such a good app. Oh, also, what I could do is try my code. So this is StreamerBot code. So I forgot to say, how's it going to YouTube? Oops. And then I'm going to switch the chat, my messages sent to just Kick, because I'm still testing the Kick side of things. Oops, it's sent twice. We good? So question mark. So just to Kick. So I'm going to get a confirmation that it was sent from my Kick bot, and then we've got the message sent to YouTube chat. Okay, cool. Alright, how do you use two SIMs at the same time with some router? Okay, so a part of it is with the app. So you need an app like Moblin. So check, you've got that. Then you need a service that supports SRTLA, and what I'm using is Belabox Cloud. So Belabox Cloud and SRTLA allows you to bond multiple connections. So I've got a SIM card inside the iPhone, that's one connection, and then the iPhone is connected to the Wi-Fi spot of my S23 Ultra phone. I would just go into the settings, turn on mobile hotspot, and then for the iPhone I would go into the Wi-Fi, connect to their hotspot. And if it's just two connections like what I have, that's all you need to do, and the app will then bond the cellular of the iPhone with the Wi-Fi of the S23 Ultra. Whereas normally these apps will only connect to one at a time. So either you're connected to the Wi-Fi or you're connected to your cellular data. And it's just through some kind of wizardry, when you connect to the service like Belabox Cloud, then it's going to bond those two connections together, the cellular and the Wi-Fi, to improve your upload speeds. Now if you look here in my preview or my screen sharing, you'll be able to see that it says cellular and Wi-Fi, and it's split about 70-30. So it's prioritizing cellular data, which probably isn't good, I think. I'd much rather it rely on the Wi-Fi a bit more. But maybe that's better for the RTMP, the action for into my iPhone. Because I haven't heard any audio glitching with Moblin today. Ooh, that bitrate looks a bit low. 1.7, 2. 2.9 numbers. It's back up to 4 or 5. Okay, so that's good. So it has dropped, but it looks like it's recovered. It's just bouncing around. 4, 5, 6. I've set my bitrate to 8 megabits per second, which is pretty good quality. And it's adaptive. So we go into the settings. Streams, Belabox Cloud, SRTLA. You might be able to see there it says adaptive bitrate. So if we can't get 8 megabits per second, then it's going to go for a lower value. Connection priorities. So we've got it enabled, and basically it's just going to allocate those numbers for us. So I probably don't even need to have that on. Oh no, cellular I've set higher, lower, sorry. Cellular lower, Wi-Fi higher, but it appears to be sort of ignoring my priorities there. There's the iPhone as a 4G device, S23 Ultra is 5G. In your hotspot, I'd also recommend you set the Wi-Fi to 5 gigahertz preferred, or for iPhone, what's it called? There's a different name for it. So if you go under settings, personal hotspot, oh okay, if you turn off maximize capability, what that means is it's going to use 5 gigahertz for your Wi-Fi instead of 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. Basically 2.4 gigahertz, everything uses, anything that's Wi-Fi will use that band, which is great, but also means that there's a lot of competition, possible interference you'll get with your wireless signal. So if possible, set it to either maximize capability turned off or under Android, 5 GHz preferred for your mobile hotspot. Let's have a quick battery check. How are we doing over here? 50% on the Action 4. So we're getting there on the battery charge. I think we might wait a little bit longer, get to around 69 magic number percent for the Action 4, and then that's when we'll do our switch over. Because there will be a battery drain with this setup. It's basically the same as last week, and I don't want the Action 4 to run out on us, even though the battery drain is quite slow. We'd be able to do a couple of hours, no problem. Just want to get it a little bit higher. Ooh, I'm a bit peckish. I should have bought a snack. Got sushi on the brain. Sushi. Sushi would be nice. I wonder what that cafe has. Oh, I don't have my... I deliberately don't bring my wallet with me so that I don't spend unnecessarily. Got to rein in the bills and the spending. I wonder if there'll be any surprises for the Action 6. I don't think there will be. I think what is rumoured is probably spot on. That has basically been the case for the last couple of cameras. You know, the look of it, the specs and everything, what was rumoured turns out to be actual. Born to be wild, but bills. Yeah. Yeah, bills. Boo. Pesky bills, I know, right? Okay. I'm just going to switch to the back camera, show you what I'm looking at. Let's try this. Okay, so that's the DJi Action 4. Got the power cable plugged into the side on the selfie stick. So there is our camera. Okay. And here is my IRL backpack. Got the good old Anker 250 watt battery bank in there. Got, I think, 2 things plugged into it. Yeah, so I got the iPhone and also have the Action 4 plugged into it. There's our Belabox, which we'll be switching to in a bit, and I'm holding the iPhone. Okay. Boy. 59%, 60, getting there, getting there. I'm sure when I've come out here in the past I've heard some glitching noises. I think Sunday will be the better test because there'll be so many people at the Rose Gardens. I'm expecting there to be quite a bit of interference. Dead zones. That's been the case in the past when I've been out there. So it'll be a good test of the setup. We'll do that loop thing that I mentioned. And we'll also have this lens, I think. Yeah, I'll take the Fuji with me, but yeah, those photos won't pop up on stream. Yeah, we'll sort of toss ideas around for that. $63, almost to the magic number. Not quite the one I wanted to use, so I will try. Got a check command for live snap. Okay. How did that turn out? Was I actually looking at the camera that time? Because the timing is a little bit off, a bit different from real time, you know? Usually posing too early or too late, something like that. Alright, battery check, 68%, let's wait for it, come on, 68, still 68, 69%, okay, so we made it to 69% battery on the Action 4. So that is our cue. We're going to switch over to the Belabox. It's going to take maybe about 5 minutes to do that. So I need to switch everything over, like the headset, to be able to hear what's happening, open up the Stream Buddy app, different app in order to listen to chat messages, switch over this little thing, little tab thing that I've got in the iPhone at the moment. So I'm going to go BRB and then I'll be right back on the Belabox. All good? Oh, and before I do that, I'll show you the Belabox. So that is a little mini computer running the Belabox software. This one here is called the Orange Pi 5 Plus. I've got a fan to keep it cool. Got a Wi-Fi adapter in the back, which I will use to connect to the mobile hotspot of the S23 Ultra. And then I'm going to plug the USB cable for the Action 4 into this. Also the iPhone. So there's some sort of plugging, unplugging we'll need to do to stream from this device. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Okay, be right back. How can I use a power bank and a HoloLand mic at once with an iPhone 12? Now I have the HoloLand Larkin 2. If you have an older iPhone like I do, the 11 or the 12, then you have a receiver which comes with a lightning plug that plugs into your phone. In the bottom part, to keep your phone charged, there is a USB-C port. So you would plug from your power bank into here, maintain your good audio, and also keep your phone charged. This particular kit comes with the USB-C receiver. So same sort of deal, got a USB-C plug that plugs into the bottom of your phone, and then on one side we have the USB-C port that you plug your power bank into. I do want to point out that it doesn't supply fast charging. Okay, quick update. I just ran a couple of tests using my battery bank and 3 different ways of charging my phone. So the first way, I used the cable straight to the phone. Yes, I was able to get fast charging. The second way was using the pass-through port, and that worked. And the third way was using a magnetic charging adapter and cable, and I was able to get fast charging that way as well. So I think the reason why I couldn't get it to work before is because the port on my computer wasn't able to supply fast charging. So I think the key thing here in order to get fast charging with the HorizonBalancing Lighting 2 is to make sure the battery bank, also the USB-C cable, is able to supply the fast charging. So with that, I think we've answered the point there, right? We're using a new microphone, which I did an unboxing for last week, and that is the HorizonBalancing Lighting 2. So we'll be testing that microphone out. Let's switch out the audio to the inbuilt microphone. We should now be the internal microphone. And of course the iPhone is using the HorizonBalancing Lighting 2. One of my favorite accessories is this magnetic necklace and the transmitter for the HorizonBalancing Lighting 2 attached. So if I needed to detach it, I just simply pull it off, and then I could speak directly into the transmitter like this. Great if you got a lot of background noise. So if you can like live stream on YouTube, every little bit helps. So you can easily do that with this microphone that you can't with others. I think this is probably the least weird way of wearing it. It just looks like a necklace. It could be, I don't know, keepsake or whatever. Not a real big fan of the fur windshield. I wish they could come out with one which is a little more low-key, magnetic even. They could sell a separate accessory that just attaches to where the actual microphone part of it is. But it does a really good job. It does cut out a lot of that wind noise, so if that's what you're wanting. I really love a transmitter. It is so small. Without the fur windshield on it, it is basically a button. And we've got a magnet on the other side. You can stick it to your shirt, and then your microphone attaches like this. When the receiver is plugged into my phone, I can actually see which mic is connected. One of those lights is green, which means that this microphone is connected. So it's nice to be able to just look at my phone and be able to see, oh, okay, my mic is connected. And also because it's green color, the noise reduction is on. Maybe we should try our noise cancellation. We'll give that a go. So it's a green color now. Is that the noise cancellation mode? What do you guys think? Did you notice a difference? So there are some cons. I'll just go through a couple of those. There's no limiter. As an IRL live streamer, we don't have any control over sudden bursts of loud noise. Now, fortunately, it has a feature called sound pressure level of up to 115 decibels. What that means is the audio won't actually distort until that level. 120 is where you're starting to go deaf. So it can actually handle quite a lot. This was the first mic where I noticed that stat, and we're starting to see higher sound pressure levels in newer models from other companies. With the combination of a limiter, you're going to see a lot of improvement with these wireless microphone systems for IRL. Anyway, I did have a scoring system which I've talked about in my live streams where I rated all the different mics. Keep in mind that no mic is going to have 100%. I've given the Ulanzi 52%, which puts it right in the middle. I still recommend it. Think it is a great mic, value for money. The HorizonBalancing Lighting 2, I've given it a 71%. I just found out one other cool feature. Normally when you have a receiver plugged into the phone, you won't be able to hear the speaker. For example, if you've got TTS with the Moblin app, you won't be able to hear that audio, but you can with the HorizonBalancing Lighting 2. Let's try that out.
Cliff Creed says, thank you to these fine folks for supporting the channel.
Not bad, eh? Hi everyone, in today's video I'm going to show you how to share your phone screen using Streamlabs Mobile and IRLHosting.com in just 3 easy steps. Step 1, start an IRL broadcast with Streamlabs Mobile. Step 2, relay the broadcast through IRL hosting. Step 3, enter a media source in OBS. Done. There's a couple of reasons why you'd want to share your phone screen. Firstly, it could be to show how awesome you are at Pokemon Go. Share your latest non-spicy photos with your viewers, watch your latest YouTube video with them, and more. If you've seen my other other videos on IRL live streaming, you might already have an idea of where I'm going with all of this. Basically, the iOS version of Streamlabs can broadcast your phone screen directly to a streaming platform like Twitch, YouTube, or a custom RTMP. For step 1, download and install Streamlabs from the App Store if you don't already have it. Tap on the Go Live button, select a platform and connect another account. Scroll to the very bottom where you'll find the option to set up a custom RTMP. We'll come back to this in a sec. IRL Hosting offers what they call a relay endpoint for RTMP, which is currently $9.99 USD a month. And if you're wondering, this is an unsponsored video and I paid for this plan with my own money. For step 2, go to their website to
Did you get invited to the Hotspot group, Sarah? Sarah, you didn't get invited. Liam, you get invited to the Hotspot group?
Hello.
Where's my invite been to? Liam, oh sorry, Will, did you get invited to the Hotspot group?
I think we're good, eh?
You're all invited, free cat man.
Okay.
Yeah, probably that.
Let's see. This is the Belabox. We are now using this as our streaming device rather than the iPhone. We have USB-C port here. This is plugged into the Action 4. So the Action 4 is in webcam mode. We have iPhone plugged into the Belabox in order to provide one form of internet. iPhone is on the outer pocket. So it's a little more reliable in terms of internet going into the Belabox. And then we've got a Wi-Fi adapter here, which is connected to the Wi-Fi hotspot of the S23 Ultra. So we've got 2 bonded connections going into this little mini computer. And then that cable on this side, USB-C, that's powering the Belabox. So this little mini computer is called an Orange Pi 5 Plus. And it is doing all the encoding for the video and audio. And the internet's been sent out to the iPhone inside that outside pocket and the S23 Ultra. So yeah, basically doing what the iPhone was doing before. Now, I can't do some of the fancier things I could do with the iPhone, like having a screen share on screen inside of the one app. So there are ways of doing that, but a little more complex. This kind of gear is what people would use before. It's what's dubbed a IRL backpack. And there are advantages to it. It's very modular. You can use whatever battery, whatever components you want for the setup. It's also a lot more complex. Pros and cons to both. Now, at the moment, connectivity seems to be a bit better for this, especially with this current configuration. Less moving parts and less wireless signals. Because I have the Action 4 plugged into the Belabox via USB cable, there's one less wireless signal. We still have the wireless from the Action 4 DJi mic mini going into the Action 4. So that's still one wireless signal. Webcam mode for the Action 4. And I guess the Wi-Fi from here has one wireless, but no. Compared to the other one, really just one wireless signal, which is the microphone. Corrupt call. With MathBro, did that work? Now what I'm looking at over here is a different app. We're not using Moblin Chat anymore, we're using StreamBuddy, which I've been testing. Yep. It did work. Okay, cool, thank you. I might have missed a couple of messages, so as soon as I open this... Okay, thank you. Ooh. This looks broken. Yeah, I think the glue's not holding that in place anymore. Sedge. Guess we won't be using this. Guys, see it? I'll swap back to the other case I was using before. Okay, right. I'll share a couple of screen shares with you guys. Suppose let's do this one. Screenshot. This one? Okay. No. So we did change to low bit rate there for a second. Hot off the press. Okay, so what this screenshot is showing is the activity feed. Now this is one way of being able to see what's happening. Maybe to acknowledge those people who did subscribe, who resubscribe, maybe donated, that sort of thing. It's something you usually do near the end of the live stream. And that is a part of connecting all your different services with StreamBuddy. I'll do another screen share. Hey dear, thank you for the follow. So this other one is showing what's happening at OBS. So that's another thing you can connect to this. Moblin can do that too, but it's really nice to see that here if you don't have Moblin. Oh no, there's one thing I did forget to do. Oh, how am I going to do that? We might lose a connection. Let's see if we go to BRB. See that little tab? I need that. Take it out of the case for this phone. But that might mean unplugging the power, which is one of our connections for internet. So I'm going to try and get that little tab thing. See that little tab? No, I can't do it. Alright, I'll go BRB. But that might mean unplugging the power, which is got it. One of our connections for internet. So I'm going to try. Oh, I've got audio playing out of the iPhone. What is playing? Okay, I think we fixed it. Okay, so iPhone, back in there. Did we go BRB at all? I don't think we did. So our little Wi-Fi adapter held our connection. What was that screenshot? So I think that was of OBS. Yeah. Actually, that might be latest photo. Oh, there's two. I think so. So 4, 5, and then I saw it. Okay, right. So the first screenshot was of the activity feed to see what's happening throughout your streams. The second one should be a preview of what you can see inside of OBS. Now that's handy to know if you've started streaming from your IRL app. So whether it's a Belabox, if you've started streaming in there. I've got mine set to auto, so it just automatically starts streaming. Because there's been a few times I've forgotten to press the go live button, and my stream has started and it's just a blank, nothing. So this is handy for that. I also have a Twitch preview, which is I think a link that you can copy from your dashboard, so I can hear what's happening in my stream. So I'll do a screen grab. So it's different from the OBS preview, because that's just a visual to see what's happening inside of OBS. Whereas the preview gives you audio, so you'll be able to hear what's happening. And if there's a problem with your audio, maybe your mic isn't on, or the audio is glitching, something you need to fix with it, then that's what that can be handy for. So it depends on yourself if you want that or not. It can be distracting because you've got that audio playing in the background and it's not live, it's always delayed. So there's lots of streamers who don't, they don't hear their stream preview, and either way it's cool, it's up to you. Let's see. So I'll send a screenshot of that one. Oh, not my stream buddy. So I also have quick actions. Now you can use this for Twitch if you're wanting to find someone to raid. I think it does work, because it didn't work in Moblin. Deadly! How's it? Yeah, just enjoying the weather today. It's real quite nice here. How about yourself? Today just, yeah, it's fun. Enjoying the weather on the e-scooter, discussing the Action 6, which will be released on the 18th, I think, GMT time. So very excited about that one. Let's share that new screenshot. Okay, has been uploaded. Stream buddy. Coding with ChatGPT. Nice. Very handy, eh? I reckon that has replaced a lot of jobs. Or they have now kind of like someone who checks the code and maybe makes little modifications to them. But yeah, it's a big change up with AI. I wonder if they're doing the Pocket at around the same time. No, I don't think so. I'm fairly certain it's too early for the Pocket. I reckon that'll be next year. They are having another release, which I think will be a drone. Custom overlay. Cool. Yeah, so that looks like it might be where it's got like a central fan in the middle. Don't know how that'll work, but curious. True. Guidelines, and then I suppose, yeah, I could share this one as well. 40 degrees for our Belabox remote. It is so much easier if I had a way of sharing what I'm looking at on this phone. The only way I can think of doing it, I'd have to merge it. It'd be two separate streams and merge an OBS to do it. When that one comes through, it is my remote control tab for the Belabox. I have that here inside of StreamBuddy as well. That gives me the ability to be able to start and stop the Belabox, check the speeds for the Ethernet connection, which is the iPhone via the USB cable, and also the wireless adapter. We're getting up to about 7, 8, 9,000 kilobits, so good speeds. Yeah, it's looking pretty happy. The temperature for the Belabox is hovering around 40 degrees, which is okay. Okay. So go back to our Twitch preview. Another thing I have is the stream board. I'll wait for that. Okay, next screen share. Now I've got the stream board set up to send a chat message, and with the stream board you can set it to either Twitch or Kick, and it functions a lot like what I have for StreamerBot decks. So it's just nice to have it in the bottom right hand corner. It's a lot quicker to access that way. Now I do want to note that I am using the what do you call it? Unlocked version of StreamBuddy, so where you subscribe to the service. For first time user of the app, you get your first month for free, 30 days for free, and then you pay for the following month. So that's why I'm using StreamBuddy a lot, is to really dig into all of its features. But I won't be able to keep using it. But there's a lot that I like about StreamBuddy. And then once that one comes through, I'll just bring up the next thing. So the more I've been using it, the more features that I've been discovering. So whereas last week I was saying when you send a message through the chat box, it sends it to both Twitch and Kick, but it actually took a little while for me to find where you can select which platform you want your message to be sent to. It was kind of hidden, maybe a little too hidden I think. But it's nice to have it there, so that part, yeah, really happy about. Something you might notice from my little preview. Oh yeah, cool, cool. So the way I've set up the top and bottom info bars, Canadian, Vesely. Hey y'all, how's it going? Very powerful. Yeah, Moblin's great. Wait, where did I catch that? Best part is it's free, you know. Hot off the press. I do recommend, if you enjoy using the app, if you can, go support the guys out, because they're putting in so much work to keep it updated. And they're just rolling out updates. I've had a couple in a single day. That's if you're signed up to the test flight program, where you can access all early access to features. I definitely encourage you to support them out if you can, you know. Here's my streaming setup on the other. Oh, nice. Awesome. So today we've actually been alternating between the two. We started with Moblin. I'm currently using Belabox. A video to computer code and an HDR streaming, yeah. Yeah, so I can't go back to not using an action camera. So that is a priority for me. Action camera first, which I can use with Moblin, which I can use with the Belabox. I just love the quality of the video that comes out of this camera here. And then with all the features that Moblin has, nothing else really has them. I'd be able to have widgets in a scene, so whether that is a screen share, whether that is another camera, and there's just so much you can do with it. At this stage, no, but who knows? Need to see it, see what features are confirmed. I really like the rumored details. So simple. Like a minute like OBS. Indeed, yes. Crazy. And I've been able to get it to work Moblin with my old iPhone 11. Oh, I need to plug in the Ultra. Yeah. So I'm 36% battery on the Ultra. That's doing quite a bit of work. It is a mobile hotspot and also running Stream Buddy. Did we see that latest screenshot? Need to update my Streamboard link. So the one for latest, so the message it's supposed to send is latest photo, not latest. Okay. So rumored sensor size is from, this is what the 5 Pro has, 1/1.3 inch sensor, 2 with the Action 6, rumored to be 1/1.1. So it's a little bit bigger, which will be better for low light. They don't really talk about the what's the word, the CPU or GPU on these things, eh? But it'd be nice to know what kind of improvements the hardware, you know, going from one model to the next one. It's something very Apple does that. Bella UI. Bella UI, what do you mean? So I have a Belabox which I'm using right now. We switched to it from Moblin. We've been comparing the two. So there is the remote to access the Bella, which I've shared as a screenshot to you guys. And we also have Belabox Cloud. so I can talk a bit about them. So I use them. So for Belabox, I use it. Belabox Cloud, I use it with my iPhone and Moblin, and I also have the remote. Yeah, so I'm really liking what I'm seeing with StreamBuddy, but I think everything I can do in here I can also do with Moblin Chat. Except maybe being able to see my viewer count on Twitch, Kick and YouTube. So whereas I think Moblin will only show me the viewer count on Twitch. I think someone mentioned it on the Moblin Discord that they were going to bring a Kick into it. Maybe YouTube. So it allows you to access your Belabox, so hardware like an Orange Pi 5 Plus, and be able to set your bitrate, be able to start and stop streaming in there. You can select how your camera is connected to the Belabox. What else? The main things is being able to start and stop streaming and setting your bitrate. Everything else you kind of keep the same. I suppose also checking the temperature to see if it's getting too hot. So from what I can see for my Belabox in the bag, so we're at 44%, 44.4 degrees Celsius for the temperature, and our total bitrate is around 8 to 9 megabits. Oh, I don't have that. I don't have that set up. I'm see. So your setup pretty simple. Okay, Moblin on iPhone or IRL Pro on Android goes to Belabox Cloud. Yep, cool. Via SRTLA, then goes to OBS for everything else, and then to YouTube. Sweet. Then I use my second phone to control. Okay. How do you start and stop streaming to YouTube and OBS? So that was one of the hardest things I had to figure out. Because normally in OBS, in order to go live to YouTube, you have to bring up a different profile where you manage a broadcast and you've got to select the broadcast. It's a real pain. So my workaround for all of that is to use Restream. So when you log into Restream in OBS, you connect your platforms you want to stream to. Oh, okay. Yep. So where are you streaming to then? What is your OBS streaming to? Yeah, I've got Streamabot. So in my Streamabot, in my OBS, you have to stream to somewhere, right? Now, is that streaming to YouTube or is it streaming to something else? Just wondering how you do that if you're just streaming to YouTube. Okay. So, don't you normally have to manage a broadcast, select the broadcast before you go live? Okay, yeah. Oh, or do you use a RTMP URL with a stream key? Is that how you stream there? In other words, do you log into YouTube with your account, or do you stream to it using a URL and stream key? Okay, that probably makes sense. That'd be the easier way. Yeah, YouTube, if you log into YouTube with OBS, they make it a little overly complicated because they have an option when you can't just go live like you can with Twitch. So Twitch makes it real easy. you log in with your Twitch account, and all you have to do is start streaming in OBS and stop streaming in OBS. Whereas when you log into your account with YouTube, you have to manage a broadcast first. Select which broadcast you're going to use, and then you can go live. Okay. Broadcast, set up a broadcast in studio, easiest, and I can edit it from my phone, I guess. So, okay, right. Yeah. So my way is just different. So there's kind of no right or wrong way, as long as it works, you know. So if whatever way you're doing it works, then sweet, keep doing it. But I found my workaround was to use Restream, because I log into the account, my YouTube account with Restream, and then inside of OBS all I have to do is just start and stop streaming, just like you would with Twitch, and then it'll just go live there. So I don't have to open up Studio, YouTube Studio, don't have to manage a broadcast, don't have to do all that sort of stuff. So set auto start and stop. Ending, yes, I don't need to do that either. Ending scene on OBS has a timer automatically stop the stream for easy use. Yep. Okay, cool. Alright. That's good. I think that's I think that's one of the great things about going live and connecting with other live streamers, is that you can always learn something from how they're doing things. Okay, I think we should go for another ride on the e-scooter, eh? More riding on the e-scooter. Let me check. PP sensor. I think Deadly has that, eh? I should look into that. Alex, okay. Just wondering, do you know anything about... Yeah, Bella, you're right, I'm not sure. I've heard that somewhere though. Might do. Just checking for the messages. Wonder if I missed one. No cloud. Okay, I think I caught all these. Set up the channel. It's thumbnails. Yeah, thumbnails are a pain, eh? So I just do it after. I don't do it before. Yeah, so what I'll do is after my stream is ended, I will go to the very beginning of my stream where it's got a title and everything. Then I'll take a screenshot of it, and then I'll share that screenshot to Twitch. You can do the thumbnail there, and YouTube. But Kick at the moment they don't have a thumbnail option. I really want them to add it in, which they will probably do at some point after your stream is done, but it's not in the mobile app before. Yeah, exactly. So my thumbnail is always ugly at the beginning of my streams. And I figure most people might tune in after, especially with the time difference of where I live versus my viewers who tend to be mostly based in the US and Aussie land. Yeah, that's a good point. I think you can do the thumbnail inside of... no, it's not something that I've done, but I'm pretty sure you can do it inside of Restream. I should try that. I should just create something that I can use as a thumbnail to try it out. But I would actually need a thumbnail that I'd want to use. Okay, try a note to self, try and remember that. Bear. And now his thumbnail switch stream. Cannot change it from the phone, so you need to set it up before you go outside. Yeah, so what I do beforehand is, all I need to do in Restream is to put it... I'm not sponsored by them. I know I talk about Restream quite a lot, but I'm not sponsored by them. It's just been like the best sort of workaround for the multi-streaming that I do. Or even if I was just to stream to just one platform. But okay, alright. Has it made a difference though? Have you noticed that? Let's say, I'm sure at one point you didn't do thumbnails. Have you seen a difference before and after? Oh yeah. Hello Toronto? What time is it there? I should have the time in there as well. 23.3 degrees. It's been quite warm for us here. And sunny. And down underland. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, we are almost 6 PM here. So quite the difference. We may also be a day ahead. We usually are compared to most places. So it is a Friday evening in Auckland. I have noticed that there have been some really, some of the live channels I've noticed on YouTube, their thumbnails look real nice. Like a YouTube video actually, they're kind of up to that level. I might actually add in a little graphic like in red, like a red background saying live. Might make a little bit of a difference, so we'll see. Okay. How long is this cable? Longish. I'll have to have a bit of a nosy of your stream. Check it out. Yeah, most of the folks who tune into my streams either from Twitch or Kick don't have many who are exclusive to just YouTube. So, oh nice. Oh good, yeah. All right. Wow. Check out that view, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. I have a photo of this. Okay, so I'm going to use the stream board and the snap button. Yes, we really want to snap, yep. So it takes a little while for it to take the photo. Basically, I have to hold my position for a little while. 3, 2, 1. Hot off the press. How'd that turn out? Came out okay. I'll pop you on a chest mount. It's our ride, our e-scooter, which is on 5 bar still. It's doing okay. Alright, we're not far from the bridge, so let's just zip around there and we'll continue talking about IRL, action cameras, you name it. Hey, all good, no worries. Thank you for hanging out for the chat. And I'll try to tune in to your channels, have a bit of a nosy. Yeah, see you next time. Didn't take them long to finish this. Definitely improvement over what they had before. Their barrier there, concrete barrier, versus that very thin, flaky fence they had. Should we do a little loop? We'll go up and down. Woo! So as a quick reminder, we've got the Parnell Festival of Roses. That's the correct name. I keep calling it Parnell Rose Festival, which is, I believe, their previous name for it. It rolls off the tongue better, I think. That's this Sunday. So today is Friday, we've got Saturday, tomorrow, and then Sunday. Now I believe the time is either 10 or 11 AM until 3 or 4, I forget. I have to lean forward a bit to get the rocks in. Out of a beer. Get our beer in the photo. In memory of Lord Steen Nathan. I wonder if a beer was a mascot or something. Must be a bit of a story. trying to say they're too close, or what? What's that about? Why are they racing? Hey, where did it? Looks like I've got that photo twice. I'm going to have to check my code. Yeah, my code's really buggy. I think the way Sharpness did it was probably better. I'm always finding bugs with my code, especially when the connection is weak. Anyway. You know, after all these years, they're still trying to figure out a way to have people walk across the bridge. The problem is always money, it costs too much. The longer they hold stuff off, the more it's going to cost. Yeah, it is currently not possible to walk across the bridge unless there's a special occasion like last week's Walking Marathon where they closed the bridge off, or there's a protest or some kind of situation like that. Bridge to North Island. Oh, this is a bridge to Auckland's North Shore. This is just one way. I mean, technically, yeah, I suppose so. If you live in Auckland's out west, and you don't need to take this bridge. Ooh, very strong sea smell. Okay, I'm going to use the snap command. I'm going to see if it's going to send 2 photos. Take a photo at 3, 2, 1. Done processing. Okay, hot off the press. There's our photo. Oh, got my shadow in there. Quite what I wanted. Oh well. Is that it? So just keep checking the chat and see what's happening. Going to be a second photo? What's happening? No, don't look like it, not this time. Okay, I'll take another snap. So one thing I like about the stream board inside of Stream Buddy is that it will ask you if you did want to action the button. Well, it gives you the option where it will ask you. I'll take a screenshot to show you what I mean. What if it's these uploads? These screenshots? Is that what it is? Okay, so I am... I'm never going to get a duplicate this time. Uptime. Oh wow, okay. Need to change all these stream board buttons. They're currently set to Twitch. Because I need to find out so I need all these to work on Kick as well. Snap, yep, it's set to Twitch. Change it to Kick. Volume. Latest photo. Yep, sure enough, all of them applied their Twitch. So here in the chat, actually I think I'll have this for Twitch and Kick. Start button, change it to Kick. Reset button, change it to Kick. So weather, not set to anything, okay. Oh, hold on. No. Let's try that weather. Okay, good. Oh, wrong button. So my spam button isn't working. What's this one? Uptime. I think they worked. The fix command. Rather anti-spam. Alright, almost done. And finally Gandalf. Okay, so let's try Gandalf. Pass. Okay. Right. Let's go this way. Okay. So check of one of our buttons, so it just changed. So I'm going to see if the music is going to turn on. So I want the volume to be up. Cool. Volume down. Oh, no, not working. Oh, the command must be wrong. music down. Stream board. Okay, let's try that again. So music up. Message sent to kick. And then music down. Also sent to kick. Alright, cool. Alright, let's go for a ride. Head back to the city. Whoa, lovely. Had a photo, because why not? Yeah, good time of the year. We're into late spring, getting into summer. Especially to go for a ride or run along West Haven. You know, you've got this view, this sort of jetty thing. It's real nice. Like, I thought about doing a walking stream in the city, but it was so hot earlier. But hey, let's feel the wind, feel the breeze. Jump on the e-scooter. That's interesting. Going to a low bit rate a couple of times. How's our Ultra doing? %69%. That's the one. All right. Let's see. PAX. It was still a little wet earlier in October. So, at least based on this year, the weather has turned around from being that kind of wet, kind of nice around mid-October. So yeah, timing of it might be pretty good. Doggos. I wish that sign wasn't there. It's kind of a bit of an eyesore on the view. Try and not get my shadow in the shot. Circular polarizing filter, yeah, can. So the strength of a filter like that is to reduce, let's say, window glare. So for example, when I was at Auckland Zoo, I was shooting or taking photos of lizards behind glass, things like that, and the glare on the glass made the images not very sharp, so you could see that. Yeah, it wasn't very nice. Whereas if I had a CPL filter for the Action 4, then they would have reduced the glare, like as if the glass wasn't there at all. So that's one benefit. Also, it'd make water look a lot clearer too. Things that are bright, it kind of like reduces their bright light. But if you're wanting to, yeah, but it can also, depending on the lens, create a kind of rainbow effect. I think a higher quality CPL filter won't give you that. I think I noticed it when I was pointing one of mine at my phone screen. There's sort of a rainbow color on my phone. But whereas on low light, it's not really as effective in low light. Okay. It has been a while though, I admit, that I've used one. You generally don't need to use a CPL filter. Oh, cool. Right. Hello. Kiss, how's it going? FDR. What is FDR? Is that a camera? Or do you mean HDR? Let me see. Oh, okay, right, got it. They have them for those cameras. Sweet. Or do you have a special housing? Because I've got a 300, but I haven't used it in a while. Tide is in, yeah. Yep, tide is in. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, a lot better, eh? Do you have a metal bit for the filter thread? Or did you 3D print it as well? So they go through a lot of wear and tear, especially if you're swapping out the filters a lot. If you're screwing them in, unless you got like a magnetic thing, that'd be a lot better. As I've 3D printed screw holes for some of my Belabox cases, and they can wear out pretty quickly. But then I was constantly, you know, screw, unscrew, screw, unscrew. Yeah, I kind of wish I had a bike today. Just that way I'd be getting a little bit of exercising. Ferrous metal. Oh, okay. Sweet. Yeah, would I use the filter? Probably not. Actually, the reverse. An ND filter is what you'd use if the light is very bright and you want to reduce the light. Now, sometimes in Auckland, if I was to stream around midday where the sun is at its highest, there's this real bright and the light will become quite harsh. But if you pop an ND filter on there, you can cut the light down. The real benefit of ND filters is when you combine it with if you combine it with a gimbal. So what you can do then is you can get a more cinematic look with a combination of the two. So for example, you can lock in some of your numbers, like your shutter speed. You could set that at a lower shutter speed. Put your ND filter on there and your footage will look a lot more cinematic that way. But as soon as it starts getting darker, that's when you take the ND filter off. So put the ND filter on, makes everything darker. Take the ND filter off, everything gets brighter. Circular polarizing filter on. Yeah. So as an example, let's see. So with the action cameras, you can't currently set the aperture, but you can play around with the shutter speed, I think. I'm not sure about the 3000. But let's say you put into your settings that you want to stream at 1080p 60 FPS. Then you could manually set the shutter speed to 1/120th of a second. So the golden rule is to set your shutter speed double your frame rate. This is for cinematic look, so very important, cinematic look. So for example, I'm streaming at 1080p 30. If I wanted to have a cinematic look, I would set my shutter speed to 1/60 of a second. If you're doing 1080p 60, 1/120th of a second. The thing is, with these action cameras, maybe not so much with the FDR, their digital stabilization starts to fall apart as soon as they're lower than 1/200th of a second. So it's kind of the minimum. Yeah. That's why you generally need a gimbal to make up for the loss of the digital stabilization. Makes sense? Now with the Sony 3000 and 300, because they got optical stabilization, you might not need a gimbal. I don't know. Whereas with the action cameras like the DJi Action 4, 5 Pro, probably the 6, yeah, they need that little extra, need something optical. Now I played around with a lower shutter speed in low light, and it seemed okay. So they say you are okay, but it's not reliable as soon as you go below 1/200th of a second. So that's the minimum that is, say, HorizonBalancing or Rocksteady. They need at least that 1/200th of a second. But what those lower shutter speeds will do is give you natural looking motion blur, something that cinema has been doing for like 100 years. They look a lot more natural motion blur. Yeah, so let's say you do 1080p 60, 1/120th of a second for the shutter speed, and then you put on an ND filter, because it's going to be really bright as soon as you change it to those numbers. So you put on whatever value is going to darken it enough to support those numbers, and then bam, you're good. Now you might not notice at first. It's kind of like the little details. Especially when there's quick movement, that's where you'll see it. There'll be a little bit of motion blur there that you can't get with faster shutter speeds. Oh, it'll also give you that so not that we could take advantage of it. So if you're wanting a blurry background and your camera has a variable aperture, then an ND filter can support that. So that's something you might see with Action 6. Put an ND filter on there, and then their background's going to look a little more blurry than a camera that doesn't have that. "52 degrees on our Belabox, so it's gone a little warmer. Bag feels warmer. Oh, actually, iPhone does. Not too bad though. So it's the Stream Buddy. Degrees, 52. Speeds look okay. We're about 8,000, 9,000 kilobits. Down here, got the iPhone and the outer pocket. It feels a bit warm, but it's okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's put our slideshow on for a little bit. Interesting shoot. That's a car or something else though. Oh, you guys can see that at all. Another photo group. for another nosy. Check out that chute. Cool car. Car's cool. Cosplay was alright as well, but you know, you don't see many cars like that, not in the city. Usually reserved for classic car shows. to Auckland Central Marina. That's nice. Beasts. Still people sunbathing? Probably not. Cold now. Oh yeah, there are. Okay. Good to see it. Good turnout at the man-made pool. Right, so that's some vignetting. That's a tricky part, eh? Gotta make sure that it's wide enough to not be seen by the camera's edges, unless you choose a different field of view. Yeah, so you can choose, let's see, I think narrow, wide, a couple of options. Oh, my Samsung looks like it restarted. That's not good. Okay, grab my iPhone so I can see what's happening in chat. It's working. Operating system, RTMP endpoint and location. I'm in New Zealand, so I've gone with Sydney, Australia. The rest is pretty self-explanatory. Review, check out and fill in your payment details. After you've completed your order and confirmed your email address, you'll be sent the info you need to log into your account or client area. And after you're signed in, you'll see your active products and services in this middle area. According to their website, it says you'll have access in less than 5 minutes. If the meanest service, for me it took almost 3 hours before I could use it. Their support team was pretty quick to get in touch with me and even got it working earlier than expected. So that was cool. When the status changes from pending to active, you're pretty much good to go. Click to open the service details where you'll find these 3 things: the RTMP URL, OBS ingest and NoApp stats URL. The first one is for your IRL live streaming app. The second for the media source in OBS. And the third one is for NoApps to handle auto scene switching and bitrate info on the new service, which I don't think you need because I'm sure it'll interfere with the Cam 1 scene we set up in OBS. Back to step 1. Copy the RTMP URL and send it to your phone, whatever secure way works for you. In Streamlabs, and for your custom RTMP, give it a name like Screen Share. URL is the RTMP URL. Okay, well that was weird. Da. 54 degrees. So I think what happened is my phone seemed to have turned off, and I don't know why. Maybe I long pressed the power button or something like that. But I had to look down, and sure enough, my phone was restarting. That is playing from what do you call it? Media player inside of OBS. So I have a playlist of songs that are on my computer. So all those songs I know they're copyright free for me to play everywhere. Their music is from Stream Beats. Good old Stream Beats. by Harris Heller. You can sort of pick and choose the songs you want to download. They're still available. It's got like, I think hundreds of songs now. Yeah, so I just dug through the various albums, just downloaded a whole bunch of them, and then just had to listen to them one by one. My only gripe would be that they're too short. A lot of the songs are only like 2 minutes long. And as a live streamer, you know, 4 minutes would be better. 4 or 6 minute songs. Okay, so now that we seem to be good again, connection working, guess we'll continue with our tiki tour around Poker Park. Yeah, don't know what happened there. Yeah, maybe the Wi-Fi? No, doesn't explain why the S23 was shutting off. Yeah, sure. I am curious to see what the actual specs are. At this stage, probably no, because I'm already happy with what the Action 4 can do. And I bought the Action 4 because it was on special. But who knows? Maybe they'll have a couple of surprises in there that'll make it irresistible. Also, live streaming. That's really important. So there were some issues with the 5 Pro. You can still live stream with it, but I've heard connectivity isn't as good as the 4. And then with the 360, there's no live streaming at the moment. Then the latest camera, which is the Nano, has no live streaming at all. They're very specific about that. Native SRT would be. That would be insane. No one's doing it. So if you could go from the Memo app to SRT, or even if you could go SRT into Moblin, that would be huge. So you get rid of RTMP into Moblin, or RTMP, or if you could go SRT from the Action 4 into the Belabox, way better. Because Moblin already supports SRT. And then of course, wait, does the Belabox support SRT? I don't know. And now it supports USB, HDMI, RTMP. Does it support SRT in? I'd have to stop streaming to have a look. Okay, we're good. Maybe we'll have a quick look. And yeah, I think I have to stop streaming inside of the Belabox, have a look around, and then we can come back. Okay. Be right back. Here is the last part of the RTMP URL from the previous step. Cut and paste it from the stream key, then save. And finally, for step 3, open OBS and add a media source to any scene. You can change it later. Give it a name like source screen share. Uncheck local file and restart playback. Then paste the OBS ingest URL from irlhosting.com into the input field. Leave all the other fields as is. No other changes. Then click on OK to save. In Streamlabs, tap on the Go Live button. When it asks do you want to share your screen or camera, choose Screen Share. For the next step, where do you want to broadcast to? Select screen share from the list. Then next, give it a stream title and description like my first screen share. Save. Then the green go live button. An iPhone dialog box will ask if you'd like to broadcast with Streamlabs. Tap Start Broadcast to start sharing your phone screen. Quickly navigate to whatever app you'd like to show your viewers, and then you're good to go. To end the screen share, tap on the red button in the top left corner of your iPhone screen, where it'll ask if you'd like to stop broadcasting screen with Streamlabs. So here's the final version of what you could do with all this. I've installed the source. Welcome back. Okay, so I had a look and it does have some options to select from for SRT. There was SRT 25, SRT 30, so these are frames per second. There was also, they went by SRT port 4000, 25 FPS, 30, 60 I think. And then there was another one, H265 test pattern and H265 something else. What concerns me about that, and because I don't have a way of testing that right now, is that usually when I select an encoder setting, the only ones that work for me is without the FPS value in it. So if it had, for example, 1080p, so USB UVC 1080p, that's the only one that would work for the Action 4. Whereas there's other options which is USB 1080p, 30, 25, etc. Those ones won't work for some reason. So yeah, welcome back. I suppose I could test it if I had another Wi-Fi adapter that could be a hotspot. And also, if I went Moblin into the Belabox, then I could test that out. But not today. Can't do it today. Maybe some other time. $4K 60 Orange Pi. Yeah, it's a bit overkill. Like my stream out of OBS is 1080p 60. It's a bit overkill. $2K. How many modems do you have? What the? $20 megabits. I have mine set to up to 8. Oh, hold up. Okay. Alright. Well, as long as yours can handle it, then sweet. I'm on 2. I can get by with 1. But then my chat support app starts falling apart. I'm not able to preview, listen to the audio, things like that. But yeah, 3 would be better. A third connection. Yeah, nice. I need to give you a nickname. I think you can do that inside of StreamBuddy. Because it's pronouncing your name as Sirenese. How does it even get that nickname? I'm gonna put Sir Roan us. Ah, okay. Can you type something again? Nickname. Alright, so it actually pronounced it as Suronius. He prefers Psy. And then go Psy. Cyronius. Let's try that. So set up nickname for text to speech. This is Stream Buddy, how they do it. Cyro. Ni. And then us. No, us. Hi, us. Us. Cyronius. I think yours is the only one where it has hasn't pronounced it correctly. There we go, that sounds better. Better, much better. Thank you. Right. Good Telly skater ride.
Non mais la dinguerie petit bœuf. Oh la folie.
And what were you going in for? Might have to remind me. MRI. Oh wow. That's right. That's right. Is that covered by insurance? So that's back right? Back. What's that? Hooray! Hey Jada, welcome back. On T11, T12. Where is that? Where's that situated? T11. Yeah. Oh, okay, so it's quite high up. It's around just below the neck area, eh? Oh. Oh, wait a minute. T11. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I'm looking at the wrong area. So you got C1 to C7. Then you got 11 to 14. Then it gets into the T's. No. It's T1. T1 to T12. So lower back there. And get into the L's, L1 to 5. It's like the worst spot. Oh man, I feel for you. That lower middle back part. What can they do? Cover smash things and still handle things. It is bedrock. 8 in the morning. Oh, okay. Good morning to you. Oh, it's been such a nice day all day. Sun's been out, people are enjoying the weather. Had sunbathers at the man-made pool. Yeah, lovely day. So I'm still out, enjoying this weather. It's nice to just sort of ride into the wind. Long day? How so? How so, Jada? I think I was reading in Midman's Discord that your cast is off, right? So you're cast free now? Hooray! That's good. Things are improving then. That's pretty fast, hey? Usually you've been cast for weeks. Cast is gone. Oh, Sharpness, is there, what can you do? It's not like they put you in a cast for your back, right? So, you have to see a, what do they call them? Chiropractor. See any sort of surgery or anything like that involved, or slow road to recovery? Seems like everyone's getting injured. Pulled my back. Still at 100%. Can feel it even now. But at least I can get out, get some steps in. That's the hard thing about any kind of injury, you know, is yeah, that whole recovery period and not being able to get any exercise in or do the things you wanted to do. So I was gradually getting my fitness up, the steps and everything, and then had the back pain. So now it's kind of like a couple steps back when I was, yeah, one step forward and then 2 steps back. Poultry, hey, how's it going? Buy a bike? Oh, nice. Yeah. I kind of want a bike now. I don't really have anywhere to put it. That's the only thing. What kind of bike? E-bike or old school? Like a bike today would have been perfect. Yeah, I would have liked to have ridden on a bike out to West Haven. Brompton bike, not e-bike. Oh, okay. Brompton. Brompton. Oh, it's a brand, okay, company. Holy moly, it's a very interesting look. So that's what showed up for me. How do you sit on it? Are they all like that? Interesting design. Oh, it folds up. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So when you sit on it, it's almost like you're standing, eh? Okay. So you lean forward. Oh yeah. Awesome. Also, it's quite flat where you are. Is that right? Don't have many hills there. But I don't think, at least during my short trip to London, it seemed flat. Yeah, so it looks like a good design for that. So what did you say? You might give one. So you want to travel with it, so it squishes up. Easy to store, pricey. That's usually the case, eh? This weekend. Sounds large. Gotcha. How do the actually, do you use ferries? I just remember the subway being a thing. So is it a kind of bike that you can take on them if you did need to get around? Good for fitness. You can squeeze it all up. Gotcha. Yeah, it's a good thing about our ferries, if we wanted to catch a ferry to, let's say, Devonport or out west or something, is they're pretty bike friendly. Should do a little search, see if they have them here. Probably not. What? Oh man. All those troublemakers, eh? Gotcha. Oh, see. Right straight into that seat. E-bikes are banned on ferries and trains because they keep setting on fire. Oh, right, the batteries in them. Okay, I know what you mean now. Bikes are allowed on trains after rush hour and only the driver allows it. So Brompton can get around if you fold it down. So I had one bus driver say, hey, can you fold that down? And I said, no, I can't. And he was trying to say, no, you can't come on board with the e-scooter. But it was about to rain and I just walked on. I said, no, it's okay, it's alright, thank you driver, thank you. And just walked on anyway. That's not the kind of thing I usually do. So just in that situation, I was miles away. Yeah, go somewhere different, eh? Yeah, it's good for the fitness. All round, actually, it's not just your legs. Yeah, you're working almost every muscle. And then just getting around, going places. Just don't become one of those dodgy guys that steals people's phones. But, oh, okay. Bikepacking setup. Yeah, bikepacking. You know, that sounds awesome. Well, not the firing part, but you know, during that trip, it's something I would like to do. Go north to south of my country. I just think the way that I would want to do it, it costs too much. Length of UK, yeah. Actually, funny you mentioned that. I was watching a YouTube short or something about a guy in Australia, I think, who he was walking east to west coast of Australia. He's going by the name of Catman. I mean, that's crazy. And it's pretty close to Sydney, which is on the west coast. No, east coast. Sorry, other way around. So west to east. And it was taking him 2 years to do that. That's how far he was at that stage. What? Wow. I feel like the too. I want to stop at most towns and cities. Same. Subway Shore, 2023. Whole of the US only allowed to eat at Subways. Walk. How long would that take? Would that be like 5 years? Is he still going? That is commitment. I really admire people who can do that. With Subway sponsoring him. That's the other question. What could I do? I could be Starbucks Cliff. Although I'm not too fond of the food. I'd get bored of the food at Starbucks. I love my coffee. Coffee Cliff, there you go. Yeah, coffee every day I could do.
Sorry, I should have used it.
Maybe a cafe Cliff. So you stop into eat it. Can only eat at a cafe. So no gas station stops. Yeah, it's starting to feel a bit cold now. This is where I wouldn't mind having a jumper or hoodie or something. I think if I was to get another thing, maybe it would be another scooter. Because at least here in Auckland, a lot more places are accepting of e-scooters than they are of anything else. Like for example, my local cafe, I can just go in with my e-scooter, order my coffee in and go. Whereas if I had a bike, I'd have to leave it outside. Maybe both. E-scooter and an e-bike, so I could just switch one for the other. Hey, wait a minute. Why do I have 91 viewers on Kick? What's that about? Did I get a host or something? Did I miss something? Hello? Oops, sorry guys. Sorry for calling you out. But welcome. Welcome in. Did I get a notification? I don't know, I don't think I did. Well, maybe I should do a little intro. For anyone who may be new to my live streams, my name is Cliff. I am an IRL live streamer from Auckland in New Zealand. So if you don't know where that is, we are to the east of Aussie land. So if you know Australia, we're a different country separate from Aussie land. And probably most well known for the Lord of the Rings movies. Peter Jackson, who else would be famous? Peter Jackson, Edmund Hillary, who climbed Mount Everest. I am Joanne Black. No! Do not listen to Mossy, everyone. That is totally incorrect. Never happening. Never happening. Never happening. I think there was actually maybe suggested that we combine our finances. So like a oceanic euro. So I think last time I remember we were around, I think 4 to 5 million. I may be off. Maybe. Auckland is around 2 getting on to 3 million. So as a city, we have the highest population of people here in Auckland, but our nation's capital is Wellington. Yeah, so we're pretty small. I think our landmass is very small. Like just one of the big cities in Sydney is bigger than our population for the whole country. But it's still big enough in that it doesn't feel like a huge jump for me going from here to Sydney to Seoul even when I was there, London when I was there. So at least being a city boy for me, it didn't seem like, whoa, there's so many more people here in this other city. So Sydney, I believe they've got around 9 million, same with some of the other big cities there. So yeah, good old little New Zealand, quite small. Oh, okay. But yeah, I really liked my trip there, London. I wasn't there long enough. I would like to have been there longer, of course. And just the lines, they interweave a great big maze under there. But I was really surprised that, like the train lines, they close early. I thought they'd be 24/7, but no. Oh, really? Well, it was kind of expensive back then. Oh, wow, no way. Okay. We must have gotten a pretty good deal then. So what did we do? Must have done Airbnb, maybe a hotel. Oh, okay. Because I was there a couple of years ago. It must have been either 2019 or 2020, pandemic. Yeah. That was before I was a live streamer. I might have been streaming to Twitch, but definitely wasn't doing IRL. Oh, really? Okay. I think our place was alright. I think we weren't far from the Westfield. Now I forget where the part of London was, but there's a Westfield kind of across the road, and it was one of the only Westfields in London, I think. COVID, Brexit. Oh yeah. Ew. Oh man, stink. Well, still plan to go back, do a longer trip, eventually, at some stage. And as a live streamer too, and they'd probably get smashed, my connection. Yeah, for sure. I learned that from your Twitch video. Actually, I was watching a whole bunch of videos. The sort of tactics these sneaky phone thieves will do. You know, they'll try and distract you, talk to you, then they'll put like a map over the top of your phone and then grab the phone underneath the map, and then they'll disappear. Things like that. I'm already a paranoid person, but when I was seeing antics like that, I was like, oh my god. No way. Yeah. I would be so eagle-eyed. More so than normal. That's why I quite like my current setup. So normally my streaming phone, well, this is my chat phone, but normally it would be on a lanyard, so that's real close to me. And then it would be my action camera as out. But yeah, stick rubber bands on everything. Yeah. See, I liked everything except for the live streaming part of it. I really hope they learned from it, and then they so I don't know what mechanics, whatever they did to the live streaming side. Oh, I've seen so many people, at the Pocket. But I understand why. In low light, it's so good. And it's real small and compact. The only problem with it is the price. It's too much. It's got that proper optical stabilization in there. I think that's what they should have added. Rather than the variable aperture, they should have added an optical stabilization in there. Instead, I would have preferred that. You know, like what the Sony 3000 and 300 had. That's what made them so good. They were like the king of low light and IRL. So good audio, good stabilization in low light, so it's kind of like everything all in one. Which no camera has been able to beat. I think the biggest problem with the Sony is that they just stopped making it. So as soon as your stock ran out, then that was it. Yeah, I reckon. What they had to do was some real small improvements over it. It didn't really need much. So the optics were the main thing. Maybe I would have liked them to go to a form factor like the GoPro and the DJi Action cameras. I prefer that form factor rather than what they did with that one. Much bigger camcorder. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, got it. But we want that size, that's the thing. It's a shame, because they did come out with other models since the 3000 and the 300, but they're just not the same. I don't know who told me this, but I heard that they had extra stock of all this high-end camera gear, and then they just turned out the 3000 and the 300. Not expecting much out of it, but yeah, it's been the favorite camera for IRL streamers for almost 10 years now. It came out in 2016, and now we're almost on to 2026. I've tried to use it for IRL. I've got a 300. The quality out of my one isn't very good, not compared to the 3000. So when I was using another streamer, Kiwi, his 3000, the quality was way better than my one. I don't know why. Maybe I got it done. Yeah, I can't use it, like, particularly you need the two cables. You need an HDMI, and it's that mini kind. Or is it mini or micro HDMI? It goes into the Sony. And you need one for the power, which is micro USB. So if they updated those ports, or maybe if it's just change it to USB-C webcam mode out of the 3000. Yeah. There you go, Sony. If you happen to be listening, which I doubt you are, if you want to make lots of money, if you could do that, please come out with a new version of the Sony X3000. 1080-60, fine. Don't need to do 4K. You're okay with that? Actually, 4K is what the 3000 could do. Okay. Minimum specs of what that one could do. So 4K. Give us the form factor of an Action 4. So you just swap the lens. So I like this form factor. And switch out the port. So rather than have two ports, just have a USB-C webcam mode. Maybe also support RTMP. Because then I could go from that into Moblin. That's all. Everything else keep it the same. Easy money. There was a bot views. Because our kick viewer number has dropped again. Isn't it? Yeah, I'm curious. Pocket field looks real nice. I want one, but I'm just a little worried because I'm a little rough. I can be rough with my gear. So that's one thing I like about the Action 4. Is because it's an Action 4, it's quite sturdy, robust. with all those moving parts, it kind of concerns me. But what you're doing, Masingo, where your Pocket 3 is in the cradle, in your phone, in your car, sorry, that's a really good situation for it. You know, it works perfectly for that. Nice one. I reckon it'll be next year that they'll announce Pocket 4. You'd still take it. Oh, okay. Yeah. My only hope for the Pocket 4 is that it's waterproof. Even if it's like a basic proof or something. That's all I hope they add to the Pocket 4. Because the current one isn't. All day and we see Rex's stuff. Super low key and minimal. Okay. I have to check his gear out. I haven't seen his for a while. Yeah, I like minimal as well. Long shot. Yeah, long shot. Oh, that's the thing with the gimbals. I think even after this many iterations of gimbals, we're up to the 8, I think, they're still not waterproof. And I mean the gimbals as in the mobile versions. Action 4, on a sternum, strap on a back, and so stable. Cool. So is that the one that goes across here? That one? See what I mean? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the thing with Auckland. Auckland is quite a wet city, so that would really concern me. I would want to make sure that it definitely won't rain for me to be able to use a camera like that, you know. Good old our Darwin friends. I don't think it ever rains. It's always sunny, so they don't have to worry about the rain like we do. Action 4 to the roof. Ooh, okay. No rain. Oh my gosh. Wet season. Actually, from what I can tell, Sydney has been a lot wetter than Auckland, at least this year. I'll tune into your live streams for Singo, and it'd be like raining almost every other live. I'm like, what is going on? What is this reversal? Usually it's Auckland that's the wet place. Ah, of course it's pink. Hey, I love all the ventilation. Oh, fans. Okay. Where did you get that from? It's a mesh bag. It's like a mesh backpack. And do you have that kind of like cover thing that you can go to cover over it? Very colourful. I like it. I have a fan. Ah, there you go. Best kind of cover. Yeah. Otherwise, I think Pocket 4, I can't think of anything else that I want out of it. Now they'll probably go high resolution. So we're sort of reaching a cap on that, eh? what does the Pocket 3 do? Does it do 8K? Probably not, eh? Pocket 3 specs. Looks like 4K. Although it doesn't have like a, wasn't it kind of stacking thing that they had in the 360? The stacked sensor. So it's 4K. Yeah, so I think the Pocket 3 can do 4K. So I would say that the Pocket 4 will do 8K, just like the newer cameras can do. 8K internal storage, probably base model of 64 gigs. Those are probably a given. Two square sensors. The Action will get one square. So yeah, from what I read in the rumored specs, it was a 1/1.1 inch sensor, whereas the 5 Pro has a 1/1.3 inch sensor. So it's a little bit bigger. Aperture is going from f2.8 to f2 to f4. So it's a variable aperture rumored for the 6. And then I think in hot swappable batteries, maybe, I don't know, but that's another rumor, and base internal storage of 64 gigs. So yeah, those are some interesting updates. Oh yeah, the mic adapter, alright. You know, that would actually look well with your bag, eh? I would go with that, I reckon. Everyone needs to get it. Find all the issues. Smart move. Less out early adopters who will buy everything early and then test it out for us. Tell us how the gear is. If there's any overheating issues, battery life. Yes, so please, thank you guys. Oh, good for him. Got the mic mini, annoyed that has the pogo people blocks. Yeah, that is probably my only critique, is just that the receiver. But I love that you can use it with like a big camera with the 3.5mm input. Or you can use it with the phone, whether it's iPhone or Android. But just the size of it. The size of your one that you're getting, that mic adapter, is perfect. It's off. USB extension, it's off, is my suggestion. Don't like those though, eh? I don't like those little extension things. Like everything should just fit snug. Or if you could, like if you could run a cable. So let's say that adapter will fit into a cold shoe and run a cable from the receiver into the phone. But I don't think that those receivers really work unless they're plugged directly into the phone. New adapter, iPhone 17 Pro, Pocket 3, plus mode. Yeah. As you have with the mic adapters and as you have with the Holly ones, they don't fit either phone case or anything. True. Yeah. So that's why I like this current setup, because there is no receiver. The transmitter goes straight into the Action 4. So in that way my video and my audio is in sync as well. So I don't have a receiver. But because of that, I also encounter, like I don't have the range of a receiver with the transmitter. So there are downsides to that. Yeah. They have to use a stupid mini adapters for the adapter. True. Yeah, I don't like those. You know, adapter to adapter thing. I think from what I read online, out of the rumoured details for the Action 6, is that you'll be able to use the mic mini receiver into the Action 6. Whereas at the moment you would need an extender thing to plug the receiver into the Action 4. And I don't know if the USB port for the Action 4 at least supports a mic. So that appears to be, and use that USB-C port for either a mic or power. And if it supports the USB port for a mic, like the mic mini receiver, then maybe it'll just plug in and be flush. But it's kind of ugly. I can't see it not looking ugly. So it's really made for directly to the phone with no changes. Yeah. So it's great for that, but if you need any kind of change or alteration, you are screwed. True. True. I know, right? You just need the perfect gear now, please. I wish DJi's priorities were more for IRL. I think they appear to be straying a little bit from the path. We need to bring them back over. But it'll be interesting when the 6 does come out, if it follows what the Nano has or doesn't have. So when they released the Nano, there was no live streaming. If you look up the FAQs for the Nano, it says, no, it does not support live streaming. So it feels like a cold and clear, not at all. So if the 6 comes out and they do the same thing, that's it. Action 4 is the last, at least for now, last IRL live streaming camera for the Action cameras. So no, you got the Pocket 3, and then we're still waiting on an update for the 360. Bring on the 18th, November 18th. How far away is it? That's when we'll find out. That's 11 days. So it could be 12 days. So today is the 7th of November, and it is the 18th, which is a Tuesday, midday. Probably the 19th for me. And that's when we'll find out. We'll scour through the FAQs. We'll be very clear in that it supports RTMP, maybe SRT, that would be nice. Okay. Alright. I know, but yeah, wouldn't it be great? Maybe they can put that in the 7 and the 8. I'm not expecting it. Yeah. Something went wrong between the 4 and the 5. All they have to do is just base the new one off the 4. So whatever mechanics or whatever there was in the 4, bring that over. Forget about what was in the 5. Bring that bit over. Update the hardware. So what, let's see, Wi-Fi, we're up to 7 now. Bluetooth, all the way up to 5 or 6. Yeah, no, you can hope though. I think they wanted to get to 8K. The problem is, where do they go from that? They're not going any higher. So at least from what I could tell, the features that stood out to me was that variable aperture, f2 to f4, cool. I just hope it doesn't get crazy with the focusing in and out, in and out. Maybe. SIM card slot needs to get out of the pocket 4. They just stream straight out of it. No app? No, you would still need an app, eh? Unless you do it through the screen. Maybe if you just open the Memo app just to set it up, and then you no longer need to use it. So you connect your Memo app to the Pocket 4, all theoreticals, and then you set up your SRT details, your resolution, your frame rate, your shutter speed. So just put all that in, click send, so it gets saved into Action 4, close out of the Memo app, and then all you have to do with the Pocket 4 is open the Pocket 4 and press go live, and then it just goes straight out of the Pocket 4. That would be cool. Yeah, you can hear their music. Like a mini band going on over there. Yeah, I'm quite curious about that receiver. The thing about it is the size. But I don't mind that size as long as it does everything. So if it does, and I'm still just looking at a picture. So if it was that size, it was the encoder, it also did RTMP, if it did SRT, if it could take USB input, if it had SIM card slots, it had SIM card slots, antenna connections, HDMI, so it just had everything. Perfect. Yeah, so the size of Orange Pi 5 Plus, let's squeeze it all into that, please. Right, we're going to do a battery check. So our battery for the S23 Ultra is on 76%. Our Action 4 is on 39%. Our iPhone is probably on 100%. 79% on the iPhone, which is plugged into the Bella. And then our Anker battery bank, it is 26%. With 3 hours and 26 minutes remaining, it says. So that's with everything plugged in currently. If I change the setup somehow, then it would readjust. If I run uptime, so apparently we've been streaming for 5 hours and 14 minutes, so we could probably get to maybe a 7 or 8 hour live stream, including the battery out of the mic mini, which is that's a decent length of time for most of my live streams, 5 hours. Oh Jesus, it's very bright. That's level 1, I think. 2, 3, back to level 1. Ah, you can barely see me. Barely see me too. 2 then. Yeah, that's alright. Okay, I think this has been a good live stream. I want to thank everyone for tuning in today. Now check out activity. Now, what's it showing us? So, Cole Yannick, who subscribed, tier 1, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Was that all today? I think we hit something else happen, eh? Does it also show kick details in stream, but maybe not, eh? Stream buddy, since I have connected all 3 up, I would expect them to show up in the activity. I'll have a quick look over at Moblin. Oh, no. Sure, okay. Oh, Moblin to connect to accessories, sure. Okay, not that one. Oh, that's right. Some moldy with the gifted. Take it moldy. Yeah, so I guess it isn't giving me the activity on Kick inside of Stream Buddy. I had to open up Moblin to see the activity there. Ice cream would have been nice earlier, but it's kind of cold now. I don't feel like ice cream. Oh, so I didn't bring my card. Tell you what, we should do that for Sunday. So this coming Sunday we've got the Festival of Roses in Parnell. So I'm going to be doing another live stream. Testing this setup will be on the Belabox and also Moblin. We'll do a loop of the festival. It's quite small. So I'll do a little loop with one of them, do another loop with the other one. See how they compare, because the internet's quite shabby out there. So it'll be a good test if we're going to get any of the stuttering issues that we have had in the past. And I think that day would actually be good for ice cream. Oh yeah. Maybe they'll have like Danish. I haven't had one of those in years. They were at Armageddon Expo when we were there, was it last week or the week before? Yeah, so if it's sunny, hot, beautiful day for the Rose Festival, I think that'd be great. Get an ice cream, maybe get a bite to eat. Take some photos. Guess I won't be using the lens filter for this. We'll have the Fuji. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to bring the photos up on stream. I'll figure something out. Maybe we will. Yeah, maybe we'll do it. Ice cream Sunday. Okay, alright, so foot is numb. Wake up, foot. Ice cream on Sunday, let's go. Yeah, I just have to remember to bring my wallet and stuff. So I think I'll probably catch a bus or something there and then walk home, or I don't know, we'll see. Be good to get some steps in. Oh man, I'm way under today. I've only done 3,500 despite all that scootering. I suppose it doesn't count. If I'd walked out to West Haven and back again, I'd be on so many steps. I think I'd be on 12,000. Oh, that heaps. Oh, ow, ow. Ah, my foot. My foot is dead. Wow, legend. That's awesome. So today, you go for a run. Hey, what do you do? Definitely not a desk job. I remember my last desk job, I got fewer there, like 3,000, 4,000 steps a day, when you should get at least 10,000. I actually had to force myself to, you know, to walk home, walk to work, do extra steps here and there. Good on you, good on you. Anyway, I'm going to press the button. Oh, hold on. Let's have a look. Anyone doing IRL? No. Kim is, but he's got like heaps of people. Jolly boy. Oh, nice. Whew. Okay, let's do it. Anyway, gonna just wrap up there. Now, thank you guys for hanging out with me on this Friday evening. Went out to West Haven Marina, came back, did a little tiki tour around the city. So thanks again to Maldi and Kolyanik for subscribing and for the gifted. You guys also. Thank you everyone who was just hanging out during the live, doing your thing. Remember, I got a live stream on Sunday. This weekend is actually the Parnell's Festival of Roses. I got my dates wrong, so it wasn't last week. It is actually this week. So I'll see you then. Yeah, later. Later, bowl. Let's go for a couple of circles around Commercial Bay. Thanks again, everyone. Hope you have a good day, good night, rest of your week. Take your start. Catch you later.
Human body with a spirit. You are fearfully, wonderfully made in His image. You are created to love God. You are created to live for Him. And by doing that, you are set apart.